Getting pretty weird.
Damn right it is.
So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood? And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access. Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. It is I, the Access, and I think everyone should be astute enough to know who my guests are. And an endeavor of identification is what I would like to begin the topic on, or at least around. With these digital frontiers and platforms, a lot of people are given the ability to misrepresent their identity. And they create facades, specters of what they truly are, masks. And if you watch close enough, you can identify them by what they say, what they do, and their actions. And in this particular corner of the metaverse, we have an incredible amount of people who claim to have understanding, truth, insight. They're propagating their opinion to be more pronounced and sufficient than others. When in actuality, after I've done work on the algorithm here on YouTube, and especially with this particular corner of YouTube, you have been socially divided into categories, and those of you who are here are not here by an accident. You're not here by happenstance. You're not here because you just happen to mosey your ass into an arena of individuals who have more in common than probably most would like to admit, most would like to accept, or probably in the long run, more of you are willing to even take into consideration. You don't want a particular class of people intermingling with another particular class of people, especially when it comes down to dollars and cents, money, and even information and data has become a new currency. And with that, and knowing the some of the ins and outs of how these structures work, you have been brought here by classification. You were fed into an algorithm. You were analyzed, processed, and shit out amongst a particular network of platforms. And you can rage against the machine as much as you want. And you can throw your fist up in the air and declare that it didn't happen to you. Although I have statistical evidence to the differ. And therefore, I started looking at the demographics. And, I don't hold any punches back when it comes to my deviancy or my learnings, my understandings, or even the display of my nature, whether it be malevolent or benign. But the fact is there's an underlying equality to the disposition of most everybody that tunes into a particular group of content creators, channels, platforms. And their algorithm is actually quite compatible with what I've understood and developed and what I've processed. The only glitch to that I have found is the misrepresentation of oneself. Now, whenever you're in a bathroom, you're going to have to come to the understanding that everybody around you wants to take a shit or potentially want to piss on you. They want to tidy themselves up so that they can be presentable to the general population and proceed out as if they had not participated in such arenas. And that's kind of this place. This has got some of the most asinine characters with a facade of representation and how they present themselves. But if you study closely the actions, and if you know anything about the social and the dynamic nature of the human species, it's easily to identify. And that was where I based my algorithm on. So far, I have found it to be very relevant. And then there's this particular group of people that I find most amusing who try to project knowledge and information and understanding that they did not earn. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. Anybody can open a book, memorize a few chapters, maybe educate those less informed or that don't have that particular information available to them, or they're just too damn lazy to do the work and the research. And then I've seen the even more extreme version of those that try and disassociate themselves and project it as just information. It has nothing to do with me. Get rid of the ego. You know, be a better person. It's going to be about me. Make it me, me, me. Well, whenever you can't humble yourself to the point of sharing a stage or a platform in an open arena and hold your ground as being a viable source of information, then not only have you failed everyone else, but you've failed yourself. And if you've got to go behind a live stream to exchange information, then you're no different than a mystery in a secret teaching school, such as Shriners, Masons, Skull and Bones. You're no better. You're just a piece of shit. And without other people, you're going to float downstream. And the only thing that's keeping you buoyant is the effect and impact you have on other people. And doing it in this neck of the woods, well, you're serving well in a bathroom. Because that's what this is. Everybody wants to be the shiniest turd. Think about it. And yeah, maggot, I'm not removing myself from the equation. I'm just taking an observation, which I do occasionally for quite a while now. You have those who cast their hollow threat of dominance and superiority, and they run through the streets of this part of YouTube declaring things that would seem to be unfathomable. And to the uneducated and the less informed, I would hope that they would take that as some type of humor. And I would hope that they would not buy into such ridiculous statements. The introspective work, or even the greater work, well, that's something that is an individual journey. The individual journey of introspection. A key principle to that would be always leave something better than when you found it. And if you know anything about this particular corner of YouTube, they have far removed themselves from leaving this place better than they found it. And I don't mind calling them out by name at all. I don't even mind that they show up. Hit the link. Say your piece if you've got something to say. But you better mean what you say, and you better be what you say. When I come across here, I don't throw bullshit at you people. I have no intention to. It doesn't serve me to do such. If anyone caught that reference. I don't emotionally feed on you. I do use you as a community. And sometimes I use you as lab rat. You're available. It's public. but I don't do it behind a live stream. And I will step onto any panel, and you don't have to put me behind the live stream. You don't have to be concerned that I wouldn't share information that I felt strongly about, or I stood on, or that I've even spoken. I know me. I know my nature. Welcome, Cage.
Thank you, Axis. What's up, everybody?
Good to have you. Good to have you. I was just basically instructing on the principle of, if you're going to say it, be it. If you're going to promote it, be it. And if it comes from you and it's not real within the nature of the character that you are, then keep your fucking mouth shut. You know? You got enough lip syncing going on in this bathroom side of YouTube. And behind the scenes, mouths to push prestige, concepts, ideals, you know, but yet they'll complain about the Masonic Order. Or
There's a good quote on that, Axis. I'll send it to you in the back.
and I figure if you're attempting to do the great work, for those of you that know and understand the great work, and those of you that do not, you are a temple, an allegory. And if you don't have a temple worthy to occupy, and it's represented by misrepresentable information, don't expect your temple to stand too long amongst those who foundate themselves in the true character of what they are, believe, and say.
So what would you think of this quote, Axis? My tongue is the pen of a ready writer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a part of the allegory of being able to walk in both the physical and the, for lack of a better word at the moment, metaphysical. You know, once you've understood and developed that balance and you've went through the degrees of testing of one's attributes and understanding the conquering of that fear, removal of those protocols which forbode you to seek the understanding. It's okay to admit that you don't have those abilities. It's okay to admit that you don't have insight and understanding in that manner. But when you misrepresent yourself and you can't stand and face another man with dignity and illumination, what are you doing? You're doing more damage than just a straight, blatant, deceptive liar. And if that's what you want, so be it. But remember,
Well, so
yeah, exactly. You know, your first great work should be, to my notion, the purifying of one's self.
in history, they call it like, the rough ashlar.
Right. You're right. And there's a lot of allegory that transpires in that because one reflects the other. That's why the above as so below and as below as so above is so relevant, because this particular species that we apparently are has a hint of some type of divineness. And the realm in which we occupy also has a type of divineness written into the construct, written into the nature of how the constant moves, flows, and works. And if you take more than your portion, then somebody must surely have lost that part of the portion. But if you give a part of your portion to take up for the slack of that lack of proportion, then you are starting on your way of understanding. The nature of this reality is one thing props the other. And in this physical dimension, you've got to have the polar opposite of everything that is present and comprehensible, because it has a measure, it has a divine measure to it, one that was set in place long before this generation come along, such as AI, technology, development of societies, buildings, and city-states. And it's inscribed, and it hasn't changed, still the same constant that was set in place from the start. It's a very difficult thing to come to terms with, especially with the mind of someone who has the fortitude to consume, deceive, give false allegation, misrepresentation. These things poison the spirit of our species. These things intrude upon your mind like a sickness to envelop and consume you into your own self-serving design. And since some people can't seem to come across with something as simplistic as what I just explained to you, but still stand as if though they are the be-all, end-all, or that their wisdom and somehow piques other wisdom. To those people, maybe a little humbling is in need.
It's either you are humble or you get humbled, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, exactly. And I know a lot of this is
like
from esoteric.
people think they're bulletproof, they can't get touched in that. Trust me. As long as you're humble and treat other people how you want to be, well, not even better than what you want to be treated. Yeah, nothing to worry about.
Right, and that comes with portion. Taking no more than your portion and leaving someone else their portion. When I watch these panels get into arguments, and there's 3 or more of them, I see them trying to steal that portion of a moment from the other. And that's how I look at things in a metaphysical way when I look at these panels, as I see people taking each other's fair portions. Those that do not have a foundation will surely fall. Those who are divided of spirit and mind will surely fall. But they will take someone else's portion with them. Thus, there is a work that has to be done with that. And if you can't contribute to that equally and with some type of fortitude, then you're no better than they are. And if you disguise yourself,
People think they own something that they don't.
right?
Oh, it's like my
Right,
customer,
exactly.
right? It's my customer. Oh, okay. It's like this in business, for example. You know, Illumina. No, I mean they fucked around and found out, guaranteed. And there's this idiot going around. I already told you guys about this. Messing with a bunch of people's accounts and that, and livelihoods and families. And anyways, he got made an example of in a way. And what do I do after? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna keep that offline in that way. But I'm gonna put up a post and link everybody to that guy's account. You know what I mean? For business, maybe get
Absolutely.
some extra business, because most people they're all stingy and greedy, living in some sort of a lack. It's like, I can't go and give quote my customers a link to somebody who's also a quote competitor. No, we're all working together in this fucking craft here. I mean, so
We
I'll
should
post
be.
this shit up and direct people. You guys want to go there? Go there. People have their own free will. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, Case. I agree with that. And my take, whenever I discovered that I was an allegory of a temple, though my temple may prop up someone else's better deeds, my temple is no less worthy. It takes the extreme of understanding between the black and the white, the left and the right, the have and the have not. Though I proceed forward with an understanding of a deeper darkness than most, doesn't mean that I have the malevolent tendency to just throw that around and abuse that gift of understanding. It's something to be learnt from. For without it, you could not define your better works. So it's a necessary position. Maybe not the most
How come
esteemed.
people think they can run and hide though? And then and the first thing that happens, I don't like police. But the first thing that happens is they run to the police. You know what
Right?
I mean?
Yeah.
Anyone can get. You have a fucking cell phone in your pocket, you're getting tracked either way.
And that's going to
Officer,
become.
there's a man. There's a man in the park filming a tree. It's very disrespectful to the tree. He's violating the park.
Well, hopefully, he pisses on it and gives it some nitrogen.
Guy gets 2 years in jail for nothing.
Violating the individual privacy of a tree. I could see this species going that far. I truly can. And I can only reinforce that by my observation over the last couple of years and my analysis of people and how they've behaved, how they've had a lack of development, a lack of growth, even a lack of informative information. And I like to think that at least there's a smaller section of this particular bathroom side of YouTube where at least the allegory of both potentials, whether it be black, white, earth, ether, are understood equally and distributed with a balance. Guten Abend, Casey. Yeah. But it was an issue that was brought forth when I seen a particular individual who tries to encapsulate the concept of an ideal of a greater understanding of the self and a greater understanding of the relevancy of the self to the waking state and the understanding of walking and utilizing both the material and non-material planes of energy. But I'm not going to take any information from anyone who cannot stand on their own 2 feet and boldly face the illumination of anyone else because
Buddy, I've
they have
laughed
to
in their
hide.
fucking face, and they hand me their gun jam after. I'm like, yeah, do me a fucking favor and shoot me and kill me. And like, they tried to do it, and the gun jammed, and it wouldn't even work after.
Oh,
I have no issue with that.
das war Casey und wunderbar.
I just started dying of laughter after.
Welcome
If you want
in.
to kill me, I'm just gonna die of laughter.
I didn't know Casey spoke German. Das ist gut. But yeah, Cage, I've I've been a guest on your channel. I've been guest on many other channels, and I've participated a lot. And whenever I mention that I personify a darker aspect, it isn't because of malevolency. It's from lack of fear. And that has to be developed as well as your understanding of light or the more accepted states of being. And they lose sight of the fact that without the darkness and without your introduction into it and removing the fear of that unknown position inside of the unseeable potential is just as valuable as being illuminated and having your eyes ripped open to expose the naked soul. So I hold firmly in what I say when I say it. If I say I'm evil, well, I've probably walked that path to overcome it. If I'm dark, it's probably because I walked that path to overcome it. What is the advantage of doing this? Is by my darkness, I can achieve the understanding of light. And it gives it room to exist in my world. And that's more than allegory. Welcome, Casey.
Guten Tag, Herr Axis.
Guten Abend.
Wie geht's?
Das ist well.
German engineer,
I was wondering
Yeah,
who
yeah.
the rat is on the camera.
That's
JJ? No.
that's my co-star. Yeah, that's my co-star.
Okay.
That's the rat
The
that I've
rat in
been
the cage
training.
in the blue and purple light. Perfect.
And she's finally achieved a state of cooperation without a heavy influence of conditioning. I think she actually loves me.
Why wouldn't she?
Well, we play little games together, and I was studying the nature of the rat to see if it had as much uh, playfulness instilled in it as like a cat does, or even a dog, and it does. It enjoys playful interaction just as much as a cat or a dog, and I found that to be extremely fascinating. She gets bored. She lets me know. We play little games with popsicle sticks, and sometimes I'll tease through the cage. I keep the door open generally, and she immediately perks up, becomes lively, interacts, quite amazing. Uh-oh. Did we lose Casey too?
She
She'll
got
probably
a
be back in a
phone
minute.
call.
Huh.
What was that,
I,
Dr. Richard?
She got a phone call.
Hmm.
oh, gotcha. Cage,
My phone,
you're
I
a,
just didn't have my phone plugged in, so it died for a second there.
She got a phone
gotcha.
call. You know what that means?
Oh, yes. I
Yeah.
see. That would be more my forte. You know, I do take occasional breaks every once in a while and hide behind the music to indulge in my iniquities.
My
I'm
favorite
still,
song was like that you created, the one with Rose in the background, Access Rattblood. That's catchy.
I'll have to make you a. I'll have to make you an intro song, Cage.
You
And
already have, remember?
yeah, and it got age restricted.
Yeah, no shit. It's not for children,
No, not by a long shot.
have you ever snort some rat hair? You chop up the rat hair nice and fine and snort some hair.
You ever touched that
No,
tarantula? No, it's like fiberglass, bro.
no, I've occasionally stuck a dead mouse or two in my mouth. You know, and, you know, not a thing. It doesn't offend or affect. It's just
You're pretty good
people
at
have.
sleight of hand. Axis, have you ever learned about sleight of hand?
Yeah, I used to play around with that a little bit. It's
Mm-hmm.
all media. It's all fun. It's all done
Yeah.
to be a spectacle, to promote an image and an ideal, a concept. Now, had I not stuck it in my mouth and played around with it, then I could see it as being a bona fide illusion. But
Mm.
when you have a dead mouse hanging out of your mouth, that's a step beyond illusion. That shit's real.
Bro, we're just gonna grind the rats up and feed them a burger after, you know what I mean? McDonald's.
Oh
Serve
shit!
them.
I'll eat my frozen mice in there before I'll go to McDonald's. I'm concerned about consuming other humans.
I feel like Wilson from Home Improvement. You can only see the eyes.
Right?
what, what about Wilson from Castaway? You know, the volleyball.
Oh, the allegory of the ball. Yes, absolutely. You know, I've been pondering some really serious issues here lately, and trying to come to some type of determination, or at least to understand where
I'm
this
from. I'm
potential.
from. I don't know. Just funny, you guys, but I'm from Gene and Wilson. Looking up. Looking up.
Let's check the chat here. I guess Maggot speaks Italian. I was talking to
Buongiorno.
a right. I was talking
Vaffanculo.
to
What-
one of my I guess paternal uh, shared knowledge seeker mentor, and I did not know that he could speak fluent dead Latin, and he put me to the drill, and I did all right. Wasn't fluent, wasn't highly successful in the range and
Have you
scope that
looked
I would
into,
like to have been.
sorry, interruption access, have you looked into speaking Hebrew or writing it?
Ah, yes, and fuck that. I'm sorry. You know, the there is too much potential of something being expressed and changing the next expression into a completely different object or state of observation in the sentence when it comes to Hebrew. And then you had the masculine type of Hebrew and the way you speak it. And I'm not interested. I'll get an interlinear Bible, and if I want to understand something out of it, I'll cheat there, but not with dead Latin. Now, that's something that I want to understand fluently. But
Yeah,
Hebrew,
one time,
no.
you know that dice thing, access?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've shown people that before. Like one time, not that long ago, there's a guy who pulls on the channel, right? He's like pulls out the dice and it's like broken after. It's like a loaded dice where like, the man's rolling it like 10 times in a row and it won't switch and he's like freaking out. No, I did it to another person. I actually didn't do anything, but I showed it to another person. It's in their hands. And they're like, oh, they said they've seen shadows at night and they got possessed by demons. They said some demonic entity came and started speaking Latin to them in their dream or something. I'm like, okay.
Really?
Yeah.
So you managed to touch a part of their psyche that triggered their paranormal experience button. Easily triggered for the easily triggered for the superstitious or the uneducated. The very first exorcism, I don't know if you know this, Cage, but the very first exorcism was a female. And
from
they went. No. It was I've got the information on her, but the king had ordered the Church of Rome to come in and exorcise this first exorcism that was appointed by the church and the king. And they used regular tap water. They were reciting dead Latin poems, and they were going through all the hoopla. And she claimed to suffer the effects of this exorcism. And when it was over with, she got up and walked away. And the king and the church declared that exorcism was not something to be substantiated because they used tap water, well, not tap water, but just general water, and that it was Latin poetry, and it was all a charade. And I watch people these days get triggered in that I don't know, taboo mode, paranormal, freaky mode, and it's almost like they feed on it. It seems that if you tell a good ghost story, you can captivate the world.
Yeah, and then like after I showed him, he's like, you don't know what you're playing with, Cage. He's like, he's like, I'm like, you're the one who got attacked by Latin demons or something.
Right. Now, there are some cases of possession that do hold a really heavy air of phenomena to them. Speaking fluently in other languages, lacerations. There's been a lot of interesting documentation on it, but I don't understand necessarily how that applies to the devil, demons, or a creator God. I understand that the vessel can be occupied, and that's basically what we're doing, is occupying it with a living consciousness. And the allegory or application of that would say that there are living consciousness outside of our bodies that want to inhabit or possess our bodies for whatever reason or cause, but I've yet to see that happen with any direction, with any intention of forward movement. I've seen it in humans. I've seen it in very evil, hateful, methodical, maniacal people, but I have yet to see a demon orchestrate a small army and an agenda and start marching out into the streets and destroying the creation itself. Now, that I could understand. Someone being possessed and that being the directive. But just to possess a person, to torment them, doesn't seem very productive.
Well,
You know what I
in
mean?
a way, like JG, for example, right? He's out here. Like, I don't really have many possessions myself. I try keeping it to a minimum. I got the equipment I need to operate here and keep it going, but yeah, how the old quote, like, the things that you believe you own end up owning you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's
You're possessed.
just
It's a
the
possession.
reality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. It's the same concept. If you hold true or you grab hold of some type of guilt that you feel that you have violated some sanctity within yourself, potentially, I could see maybe opening yourself up to something or even uh, self abuse, what may come. But I summons energies with personalities. I summons potentials with objectives. I just don't randomly summon shit to go possess somebody's body to torment the fuck out of them. I would rather torment the space around them that they have to exist in with these entities more so than I would to attack the person. Welcoming.
Welcome. Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call. My friend wants to go out tonight, and she's like, "I'm picking you up at 9:15. Be ready." And I'm just like, So, just wanted to
All right,
apologize.
woohoo!
Jumped off.
No, woohoo! Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I gotta go pretty and
Yeah, make the best of it
yeah, it should be
before
fun.
they turn it into. And this is kind of far fetched, maybe, but you go to a bar and everybody is on a monitor, sitting in a booth at the bar, and your interaction with everybody else is done through monitors like Zoom calls in the bar on the dance floor that used to be a
Wow.
dance floor,
Yeah.
and you interact and find your compatible other by interfacing over monitors in an open setting.
Yeah. That's weird. I need to talk to people. I need to. Yeah. I'm a Gemini.
All right. Well, I had all my teeth pulled because I kept getting in trouble for biting people. I mean,
Oh my God.
that's a necessity for me,
That's a
man.
problem.
Yeah. So I had them pulled, and I keep them in my dentures in a little locked box. They got things on them, and occasionally on full moons, I'll break them out and go experience that human touch, that human interaction. But outside of that, no, I found it best to stay, within
All
the
right.
confines of not hurting someone.
Not creepy at
What
all.
no, I got
Pick a color. I have a red dress and a black dress. You pick, Axis.
you know that I'm going to have to pick black.
All right. Done. Well, everybody have a good night, a good weekend. Be safe.
Casey, you have a wonderful time out there.
Yeah, take care, Casey.
All right, see you guys.
Good
She
enough.
was a long, cool woman in a black dress.
She's got great character, man. Great character.
I don't know about that.
Well, what color shirts are you wearing, Gigi?
Me? What color
Yeah.
shirt am I?
Yeah.
Oh man, I showed my shirt earlier. You didn't notice? You didn't notice the color?
I'm wearing red.
That's cool, man. Thanks for sharing.
Good luck. What about you, Access? What color shirt are you wearing?
I'm wearing flesh. You know, I'm half savage, you know. I haven't quite learned to keep my clothes on. They're cumbersome.
I'm wearing luminosity.
You know, I fall in the category, I suppose, of complete savage, and I know no shame for my nakedness, and I don't play well with others. How's that?
I'm pretty sure you do play well with others if they don't play with you.
Yeah, well, I try to be as lenient as possible, Cage. I really do. And I try to be as giving as I am receiving. But
I'm playing with others, but I'm married to the game, Access.
Right?
Oh, here we go. Train's coming. Rail
All
fan.
right. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ready?
Oh, yeah.
Place to disappear in a way, you know.
Up.
Hold on. We got to get this one.
Up. Here it comes. Oh, just look at it. In between the fucking crevice. Oh, it's in Norfolk Southern. Oh, just look at it. All the Temu packages and dildos in the container going back east.
There's probably like 18. There's probably like a ton of fucking heroin in one of those.
Millions of dollars worth of product in these things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's apparently a couple of individuals who were jumping train, and they had coinage on the train, and they wound up with, they got away with it. Several boxes of dollars, silver dollars, not actually silver dollars, but silver dollars, and other U.S. mint, just because they were shipping it, and they just popped the container door, man. Got up in there and got that shit. I was like, fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, I seen a kid a couple weeks ago trying to break into a train, and he couldn't do it. The train starts taking off. He jumps off, and all that work for nothing.
He needed to invest in a heavy-duty set of bolt shears.
You can have all the right tools. Some people just can't do shit.
Right. What's the neatest thing you ran into out there, JG? Whenever you cut in a carriage.
Say it again.
What's the coolest thing you've ran across whenever you've gotten into a carriage?
I don't go into any of these fucking freight cars. Any of the cargo containers, I don't go in.
No, don't do that, because now you're messing with people's fucking commerce.
No shit. That's why I don't do that.
Yeah. Like
what you do, right?
What's interesting, I know you never asked me, but I want to share something because about the train tracks and that. Like, yeah, over here in the city, remember, JG, you looked it up, and you can go through. Remember that website you used, and remember you looked it up and through the city here. Yeah, one time people showed me these train tracks, and you can walk down them by foot. And after a while, you start finding a bunch of stuff down there. It's like there's like a giant industrial factory filled with weed. You know, and it was all vented to the train tracks and shit. So only so, you know, you have to go like pretty long distance in order to be able to smell anything.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So how do you ride?
Pre-K, and I'm like, okay, that's a huge road weed. Like, you know, they didn't even have light leads and shit where you can kind of see inside of it.
Wow.
I mean, maybe that's where most of this shit's coming from. You know, it's like, because at least like these industrial areas and shit. When I was growing up, my dad, you know what I mean, has a trucking company or whatever, you know. No, he does his own thing. But yeah, he was like, "Oh, Dad, I can shoot the." I'm like, "Dad, can I?" As a little kid, you let me drive the truck and car and that, like as a child. I'm like, "Oh, Dad, can I shoot the?" Because I had a paintball gun, right? He was like, "Oh," I'm like, "Dad, can I shoot the train when it goes by?" He's like, "Yeah, son." I just lit it up with a paintball gun, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not going to harm anything. So how do you ride, JG? Do you ride between the hookups, the links?
Say it again.
I said, what do you do? Ride between the links?
On the ends of the cargo trains, there's wells. So you just post up on the well, and only certain, you know, cars have
like a reservoir or something.
Yeah, only
Kind of like
certain
a caboose platform.
Oh man.
Sorry, JG, continue. What were you saying?
Yeah, only certain fucking cars are rideable. They have wells that are worthy of riding. A lot of
Okay.
cars that don't have wells, they're suicide rides, or they call it a suicide because you got a death wish if you ride these certain wells.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, shit. Whenever we used to watch the trains down in the Ohio Valley, they quit putting cabooses on them. But we always liked the engines, and the conductor would occasionally throw out candy during the summer, and then the caboose always had a caboose. And now they've replaced that. I don't know if you noticed, but it's just a red light now.
Yeah, that's a red light. Very back is, so they can use that to gauge where they're at and not. So you'll see that red light, and then you'll see sometimes there'll be a unit on the back to help push the train. If it's a coal train, if you ever see a full coal train, it's gonna have a unit on the back. Those things are heavy as fuck, so it needs all the fucking power it can get. Going uphill is pretty tough and have a heavy load. Like you really need power.
You know, JG, I would if you ever took the notion, I would document your journeys, and especially some of the travels that you've done on the rail line, and place it in the video.
I put video up today. Yeah, I put up videos. I just put one up today. It's 8 minutes long. 8 minutes and 48 seconds.
I'm going to have to make sure I'm subscribed to your channel because I'm not getting notifications. I should be getting notifications. I get everybody else's notifications. Check into that. I remember when Charles was talking about joining you out there on the rails.
Yeah, but Charles won't do it, man. Like Charles is like he would never do it, man. You have to like bribe him with money. Like, yo, Chuck, I'll give you $500 if you hop this train. Okay, but I'm only going a mile.
Wow.
You
I'm just
think so?
breaking
He
the
doesn't.
stone.
I don't think Charles is just motivated purely by money.
Yeah, it's a joke, man.
What do you think Charles's true message is? I mean, is it just he's aggravated at the way the things worked out? He's aggravated at the system.
I
I've
don't know.
really tried to examine him. I'd like to support him. I'd like to be able to say that, you know, he is a part of the network of channels that I operate in, but sometimes he
likes looking into architecture. He's just trying to understand the structure of everything, like we all are, right?
Right. I just hate to see it turn into a cult of personality or a limited hangout that goes bad on him. You know, if he could develop.
You play videos yourself? Play video from your device or not?
You're roboting really bad, JG.
You're cutting out.
All right.
Yeah, I think you're good now. There you go. Connection reestablished.
Yeah, you can play videos, right?
I can share the unit the phone that I work off of as the main base, but I don't let anything outside traffic get.
JG, if it's something important, I can pull it up if you want.
I just put up a new video. I mean, if you guys want to check that out, it's actually I'm psyched on it because it's one of the coolest rides there is, and you guys are probably, if you don't enjoy it, something's wrong with you, you know.
No, let's see it.
All right, you get the link.
Yeah, I think there's a generalized loss of integrity when people were given the opportunity to voice their complaints and do it sitting in the comfort of their own home. And eventually I've started watching a lot of these platforms resort to less than productive minded behavior when it comes to equity and what their message is. You know, when you can be bought and sold just over the fact of your opinion or your digital action on a platform, you know, how cheap do you got to be as a human or a part of the species, or desperate? Maybe it's desperation that drives these people.
I posted the link.
Okay, Cage will have to do his masterful trick, and I will turn the.
You gotta give me some time though, because I'm on my phone too, so I'd have to turn on the computer, like do all this fucking. It better be something fucking worth it, man. I swear to God, if you made me do all this for none.
Whoa, I just got a comment. A troll just commented on my video saying, JG, you eat rats just like Axis. Whoa, man.
And tell him Axis don't eat rats. He eats mice.
You know what rats? You know what happens to rats over here? They get put in the cage. You know, you even have a rat camera on the cage.
I'm joking. I just made that up on the fly because I'm a comedy genius.
There you go. There you go.
You know what pisses me off is when you're driving with somebody and the person driving next to you looks at you like you're driving the car. And they're staring at you like, hey, learn how to drive. I'm not the one driving. The dog is. Oh,
Sounds
Intentionally
like
funny.
some Andrew Dice Clay from back in the day type of punch.
Yeah. I got her panties off, and there was a beaver chewing wood, and I said, "Hey, man, how'd you get here?"
Oh, not. She must be a Canadian at that point.
I wonder if, like, I listen to comedy all the time, and I picture a lot of these people in these panels, like, all they do is just stalk motherfuckers. They don't watch anything else.
Well, I've actually tracked a couple of YouTubers from panel to panel, and I actually seen one YouTuber go beyond 24 hours of interaction. And I was like, there wasn't panel, it was all chat, 24 hours. And I thought either there's a couple people operating this account, it's a bot. Yeah. Or this person
that
is
really is my fault.
That's all right, man. Go ahead.
There's people get addicted, or they're just completely addicted. Right?
Well, and no insult or no disrespect to Bex, but I think Bex holds the superior record of being present, accounted for, human, and being able to do the long run on the panel verse and from channel to channel. She has the stamina of a bull when it comes to that. And Lurker, she knows something's going down long before most of it. I think she's got a sixth sense for it. She's capable of getting the Akashic records of upcoming streams and the relevancy that it will have to her, or that she can place on it. But she's got the record as far as I'm concerned, as far as physically being present as a human and endurance on the YouTube. Which is no small feat, man. Yeah, Maggot Ford Fairlane. That was, yeah, right. Oh, did we lose JG? He fell off the edge of the metaverse. Another fine soul lost to superposition.
Enter the Void. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
Enter the Void.
Yeah, I been watching that particular individual who has a channel that deciphers predictive programming and his work with it. And man, he's pulling up stuff from back in the early 80s, even some stuff from the 70s, and the parallels and the subliminal, I guess it was engineering at the time, are just absolutely mind-blowing, man. But you would have had to have been in the know, or at least some type of awareness of what was being placed in front of you in the long term to have caught it. But once it's already over, said and done, you got to ask yourself, was that manifested? Was that brought into being by intent? Or was this maybe retrocausality, or just the potential for social constructing?
It's all a construct. Actually.
I thought it said something went wrong. I guess my connection went to shit.
Yeah, you'll have the railway police on you now. You'll be a fugitive from the railroad. They'll be like, nope, we know this one. There's a bounty on him. What are you going to do whenever the trains become fully automated and they don't slow down? Except, well, crossing. I guess they have to slow down at some crossings unless they have gates.
Well, I wonder about that. I saw in a magazine that they were saying they want this new kind of train. I don't think they're gonna push through with that shit, man. And if it ever happens, it'll be interesting to see how it operates. You know? Like, say you go to a yard and it's a way different fucking method they're using. That'll suck, man. That's like everything changes, and it's like, you know, it's not for the good. A lot of shit just changes, and it's like, ah, man, there goes the whole fucking shebang, you know.
I've been keeping an eye on the Hindu philosophy of Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, and destroy to recreate, and it seems that's what they're doing, is they're applying the Nataraj to the infrastructure of this country so that they can build something new from the infrastructure. Welcome, guest.
Blue Man Group.
Right? He's been here before.
I went through Vegas and I saw ads for the Blue Man Group, and I thought of Arrested Development. You ever see that show?
This guy
I've heard
popped
of
off
the
with a
band.
mask and left. He really wants to see a mask.
Fucking Tobias from Arrested Development dresses up as a blue man.
Really? I remember the group Arrested Development.
It's a good show. Sure.
And I have actually got to see the full DVD performance of the Blue Man Show. I love the rendition of Baba O'Reilly. Man, it's almost as catchy and as ominous as the beginning of Baba O'Reilly. Okay, we got Peace Robot back here. Apparently, he fell off the edge of the metaverse.
I think I got it working now.
Hey, look, we're not the same person.
There we go.
It's working now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Good to see you, man. What brings you to this side of the internet, the gloomy, potentially dangerous, dark, and deviant?
Just trying to catch up.
Gotcha, brother. Gotcha. Well, we're just contemplating the great wonders of the universe and beyond, and applying our understanding to that which is seen, unseen, and a potential that has yet to be recognized. The metaphoric cosmic existence of superposition and a state of cohesion in a dimension which exceeds that of which we can perceive. How's that? Did I catch you up?
Anybody see Jack Talcott today?
I watched a little bit of his intro, and he was talking about humor and applying humor to the show and how not to be so triggered and responsive to triggering. And then I was like, okay, you know, when you start displaying that, okay, this guy just keeps stage diving off to the edge of the metaverse there.
Dude, I watched Talcott and it's fucking terrible, man. Like I can't. Every time I watch it, I'm like, this is absolutely fucking terrible. But people eat it up. They love it.
Well, if you notice, he caters to a particular mindset that wants to high vibe, and then he has the complete opposite that is looking to troll the high vibe. And Jack, he knows what he's doing. He's not as naive as he comes across. I remember him back in the days of We Are Awake, and when him and Paul and his aesthetic warrior, London Man, Flow State were just occasional panel guests that showed up at We Are Awake and had no platform. And Jack was one of them. And you know, he can come across as naive as he chooses to be, and he can dupe whoever he wants to. That's his prerogative and his platform. But don't ever underestimate that Jack is that naive.
Dude, oh man. I wish that guy like didn't YouTube as much as he did.
I think he would have a stronger.
Just for his own
Go ahead.
health and just for his own good, you know.
Well, everything JG is not as it appears at times. Keep that in mind. And I'll tell you why, if you wish to know.
Is a big part of his life. It's just like, what the fuck, man? How can you every day?
Sorry.
Fucking
My Bluetooth keeps screwing
do
with
that
my
shit.
connection here. Sorry.
Well, JG, what you don't realize is there is a lot of conversation and communication that goes on behind these channels. And platform operators are actually in touch with other platform operators. And they create a network behind the scenes that the actual person in the chat or just your general viewer has no cognizant awareness of, but it's being developed in private behind the channel, even sometimes after the channel shut down. You know, they're IMing each other, they're Zoom timing each other, they're in contact. And a lot of what you get is a potential buildup of different facades to try and gain subscribers, to try and gain panelists, different tactics, gimmicks, anything that they can do that could be a niche or a catch to build the channel. And that's what goes on behind the scenes, unless there's a vindictive potential. If somebody has really pissed somebody off, then behind the scenes, they will start a system of communication to ostracize or demean or even humiliate a particular individual.
I kind of missed the subject, but yeah, some humor in Talcott's show would be much appreciated.
Yeah, I think Jack, for a peaceful, crunchy, organic type of entertainment, sure, if you're into that, and the occasional melodramatic moment with panelists, or that's his forte. And if he can get a couple shits and giggles out of it, more power to him. I have no problem.
Of the show is telling Daisy to calm down.
See, Daisy's a situation that I can't contribute myself to. I'm aware of Daisy's disposition with alcohol. I'm also aware of her disposition with cognizant comprehension. and sometimes people are getting cheap laughs and pulling easy punches on her just to get a reaction. And
Yeah, his show uses Daisy like a punching bag. It's sad. I tried to intervene
yeah,
one night.
and I can't, I can't contribute to that, and I can't condone it. But it is Jack's channel. He doesn't seem to be hurting anybody, but there is a demeaning aspect to how they treat and correspond with Daisy. But like I said, I don't have a dog in that fight. And I think
I just think this
if
is a
I
much
had to,
better show.
well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think for Daisy also is this is the sources of positive entertainment for her to release maybe some of the pent up frustration she has, and instead of taking it out on localized environment or potentially her household, she's able to get on there and just absolutely be as belligerent as hell. But it's those that are participating, those are the ones that I'm questioning, not Daisy. Daisy is Daisy. It's the ones that are antagonizing. I have to look at their demeanor and their position and their contribution to this. So if
She's
he can
loud.
find some other type,
Dude, it's
yeah,
gonna take her like 2 years to get out of that funk she's in, man. Like, if she really wants to change, it's gonna be 2 years of fucking work.
oh yeah, at least, yeah, that's she I imagine at the rate in which she's consuming alcohol, she would go through DTs and probably need supervised hospitalization. Maybe I'm not
Two
sure.
years of
But
funk.
2 years of what?
Funk.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I've had severe alcoholics in my family, and I was a severe alcoholic at one time. And
I've known
it
women
took
like her that are just big, tough loudmouths. They're not drunk all the time.
Daisy seems to be intoxicated, unless I'm misreading her. Hey, if I'm misreading her, then that's bad on me.
Dude, she was
But
drinking a tall can the one day, kept drinking on a tall can. I guarantee you that's what she does throughout the day is just drink.
You guarantee, huh? Wow. Well, people who are drunk all the time don't act drunk all the time. They act normal because they're alcoholics. They need that. They need to be drunk to act normal. So I think that's just the way she is. She's just a big, tough loudmouth.
Yeah, well, the alcohol ain't helping one bit.
You
I
I
guys,
think it's,
just
I don't think it's hurting either.
who
It's
are you
probably helping her
referring to?
kidneys.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
well, there's a particular woman that goes to Talcott, and she gets on panel,
Probably
and
a woman. I don't know for sure, but it seems like a woman.
okay, I'll give you that. And Talcott and crew they take cheap shots at her, they antagonize her, they provoke her, and she's extremely responsive. And to someone who wasn't more adept to being a Southern gentleman type, probably would find this to be humorous. And I'm talking more of a drudging, looking for cheap shotted humor or whatever satire they can muster up from the muck. And I don't know. I feel that I just feel a certain way about someone who's being used in that manner, unless she chooses it and she's cool with it, and it does something developmental for her. Then more power to her. But who knows? It's not my platform. I can't make that call. It's not like whenever Steven crossed the line with using underdeveloped, disabled, deformed, and other people who are much less fortunate to promote his ideal of this being a hell realm and how he allocates that towards his channel.
Well, I got on Jack's show and made that call one night. The first time I was listening to him, like I said, they were just using Daisy as a punching bag, and I got in there and I was like, "What are you guys doing? You're grown men talking to a woman this way.
It's a feedback loop.
Two of you guys ganging up on one woman, and like."
It's a fucking
That's what they do.
Then Jack immediately got paranoid and started accusing me of being all these different people. I'm in league with Daisy. And I'm like, no, I'm a decent human being, and I don't like you talking to a woman like that. And if you were here, I'd knock your teeth out.
Right.
Well, people get comfortable, but I mean, what I see is a lot of these people, they draw first blood, and then people.
You're not just gonna knock their teeth out. You're gonna knock their teeth out. Then make them spit them out. Then make them eat them one by one after. Then make them shit them out after.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Tucci.
they swallow them. That's on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like people are prey, man. All these panel people.
All you need to say is people can only treat you how you let them. Okay, I get that, but whatever. It's still not right to take advantage of somebody. Like two guys ganging up on one girl in a voice chat. When one of those guys has got the power to mute her, one of those guys got the power to mute her.
Men or women there. It's all children.
So I'm just saying whatever, it's whatever. But Talcott's a big fucking pussy for doing that, and it's shooting fish in a barrel. That's all he's good at. You can't please a woman, but he can sure antagonize women.
Talcott's a kook. Like, that guy is like, if we look at him, really look at him, put him under a microscope, that guy is just a kook. That's all it is.
He's a desperate, horny loser who hasn't been laid in 20 years, probably.
Well, I can tell you that several years ago, when Talcott made his first appearance on We Are Awake, when it was a thing, he was hammering the exact same line of, I need help, I'm desperate, I'm going to lose everything.
Like, he reaches out, I'm sorry to interrupt that, so he even reached out to me. And, I tried helping Talcott one time. I go on the back stage with him at one of his lives like a while ago. That's why I don't show up anymore. But yeah, he's like, oh,
yeah.
Can you call Dominic for me? My son Dominic. Dominic gives me the number for his son. I'm like, what do you want me to have? And like, whatever. I was trying to give him some like decent advice, like have a conversation. He just snapped on me and started yelling at me, and like he completely went off, like for no reason. Like, man has a hairline trigger that he can't control.
I know a dude lives in his town.
His family doesn't want to be around him. I don't like talking about people now.
I know this dude in this town. He reminds me so much of Jack Talcott.
Why are you making it? You're trying to make me. Yeah. Is he extracting information or something? Right? Like, he wants people to contact a number, right? To get some sort of information out of me.
Talcott's just a crazy.
I don't know what they did to him, because if you think about it, look, he's always worked for the government. You know what I mean? He worked for. He was in the military. Who knows what kind of experimental MK Ultra shit they did on him?
In the military, yeah, he probably got a dishonorable discharge from the Navy or something.
It's a psyop. He's a part of the psyop, even if
he probably got a dishonorable discharge from the Navy for smoking weed.
Yeah. It's all a psyop. Now we're here talking about it, so it's working.
Yeah. Right. Our address to it is, though, Cage, is his exploitation of the less than cognizant and the less fortunate, and those that suffer a disease such as alcoholism being made sport of. Fuck Talcott. He can take care of himself. And
I don't know. I think Talcott's got dementia, though. I don't know if he can take care of himself.
Well, I've seen him take care of himself quite well for several years now.
He probably gets taken by crypto scams and everything.
No.
He strikes me as a total sucker.
No, he isn't. That's what he plays. That's what he wants you to think. It's a psyop, I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's cleverly disguised himself as a sucker. Okay.
Yes, he has. And believe me, knowing Talcott for going on 4+ years now, I've seen his early beginnings into the Talcottian state of mind and his ability to maneuver through the panelverse.
Well, whatever. He's a floater. He's not any kind of. He doesn't set the current.
No, he doesn't set the current, but he does follow the trend.
He thinks he does. Yeah, follows. He follows behind the trend. Once he realizes the
Yeah.
trend, then it's too late for him to take advantage of it. Everyone's doing it.
Right. And at one point in time, Paul Enslaved was basically his light to his dark, and Talcott's light to Paul's dark, and they played off that. And man, you talking about getting a niche? They had a pretty good niche, and they worked off of each other quite well. But even that played itself out after a while.
That's what these things do. These internet communities spring up like mushrooms.
Well, the thing is that they have nothing substantial to offer.
None of them do. It's all just people chattering.
Yeah,
Like
they have
just people chattering. You know, what the fuck are we doing? Human endeavor is just moving things around. We're not even doing that right now. We're just pushing buttons. You know, we're just talking. Waste of time,
and
ultimately.
well, it could be, but communication is a very, very powerful source of exchange of wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Are you aware of this?
I'm aware of a lot of things, like practical things, like systems we labor under and stuff like that. Or we talk about something like that, like the money system and all that. How it's just a slave system.
Well, we could go into the UBI. We could go into digital IDs. We could go into cryptocurrency, and we could go into all of that, and how it's going to develop. How it's going to develop itself into the infrastructure, and the further that they go with automated industry, the more humans are going to become obsolete technology.
Yeah, they are.
They're going to basically blockchain the financial and ledger system. We're all going to fall under a type of authoritarian dictatorship and a society controlled by, we could talk about that all day long, and I could take you down rabbit holes with AI, machine learning, algorithms, prompting.
Well, before that, we're already in that system, though, that you're talking about.
Yes, but it hasn't fully developed yet.
That's always ongoing. Development's ongoing.
We are just at the beginning of just tasting what is to come.
Human labor's been obsolete for 100 years. Why we still have this labor for income paradigm?
So that we don't have a complete decline and crash of an entire country and economic systems that they've worked on for several hundred years.
Well, what do you mean economic
That's why.
systems? You mean the real economic systems or the financial systems?
I'm talking general public's ability to feed themselves and pay taxes.
People can't feed themselves for the most part.
They had for hundreds of years until when?
I can't give you an exact date, but humans have been domesticated.
Oh, I can give you dates.
Thousands of years. It's been thousands of years since the development of agriculture.
Since the Depression.
Long before that, thousands of years before that, when the industrial agriculture was first started.
Yeah, that was more what you would consider natural weather circumstances. But whenever it developed over to a have and have not society based on an economic system that wasn't agriculture, and you had your hands-on type of individual, your carpenter, your roofer, your mason, and you had the heads of those companies and industries paying the taxes for their company, the employees paying the taxes, the revenue from that. That's how people have survived for a very long time since we left Europe.
You say have and have not society, but that's like a contradiction in terms. You can't have a society if there's people that don't have basic necessities.
The haves and the have not are here, and they have been, whether you acknowledge it or not.
I'm saying it's a
There are those.
contradiction in terms saying it's a society.
No, it's the way society operates. You cannot
That's
have a
not.
society
Well, if you look up the
of
definition of
haves.
society, if you look up the definition of society, that's not how it operates.
Of course not. They don't want you to see that there are destitute, poor, hungry mouths that aren't being fed. That's
Deliberately
for
aren't being fed.
charity.
They
That's for
deliberately aren't being
charity.
fed.
Well, how then can you say it's not a part of the society? It is. It is a part of the infrastructure. That's the middle class. Without them, you have no stabilization. You only have haves and have-nots.
How are you defining society?
Well, you live in one, don't you? The United States of America?
Yeah, but how do you define it? Like, what?
A system of rules, boundaries, and governmental idealism, fundamentals, and declarations that govern the rule of mannerism, approach of law, business, corporation, taxing, development, infrastructure. Do I need to go on?
Those seems like a lot of unrelated things. I would just say society is the systems of social interactions. What does that got to do?
No.
What does social interactions got to do with the economy?
Social interactions are a byproduct of a combined people trying to sustain an economy. That's what you do afterward.
Society is all the social interactions. So that's got nothing to do with. So
what are you saying?
People aren't getting fed, or if people aren't getting fed, that's not a society. Obviously, there's some social interactions missing there, where these people aren't getting their basic needs met. It's not a technological question. We have machines that produce all our food.
Well, here's the problem with that: is when you have a government in place, that government has to have a cause for an effect, and that effect has to be financed. But first, there has to be the cause. Otherwise, they can't appropriate funding. Do you understand that?
They can appropriate all the funding they want by pointing guns at people. But what they can't do is take away people's wealth systematically, unless there's a money system.
Well, you're wrong there now.
Government was created by nomadic raiders who realized, wait, if we instead of just wandering around pillaging these places once in a while, we'll just set up shop here permanently and bleed them constantly instead of destroying the place every few years. We'll let them flourish, but we'll take a cut of everything. And how we're going to do that is where we're going to make everything cost money, and everybody gets a coin, and you got to give me back 2 coins at the end of the year somehow.
That's the basic fundamentals of the governing body of a society.
That's how government started.
I know that.
You look at the roots of the word government. You look at the Greek roots of the word government. It's a word means mind control, basically.
It does. It absolutely does, and that's the root meaning of government, mind control, governing.
They convince us they're in charge. Boom, they're in charge.
But it's a temporary state, and they try to sustain it as long as they can. The problem with those societies was that there was a wavering, there was an anomaly that collapsed on itself. With this society and what we're going through now, eventually, I believe the infrastructure of technology that we're assigning ourselves to will have the same end result. But as with every new industrial revolution, you're going to have the winners and the losers. Those who pull the strings and those who have their strings pulled. And that's what's behind the scenes. Even though they give you all the concepts of how this government operates, here's the rights and freedoms and the guidelines. Here's all the different necessities that you need to follow to be a part of this governmental system. You know, it's a means to an end, truly. But it is society nonetheless. Oh, shit. Charles, good to see you, brother. Didn't realize you were in the, I lost sight of the track, or the chat, man. No. Apparently JG and Cage ran off, so I suppose we can go cerebral. Cool. So what's your dog in the fight? What is it that you're trying to get across to people? Hello? Are you still there, guest?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you give us some of your insight as to maybe a potential resolution that you see, or a potential means to an end that is inevitable for our current state and development into a new infrastructure? Because a quiet panel and a dead platform
Are you kind of
has no
asking like
motion.
what would be my transition plan?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to see where your mindset is, because you have a pretty heavy, I don't know, take on the way things are developing, the way they have developed, and what you see coming.
What I see coming? Oh, geez. Basically, mass extinction of humans.
Does that bother you? Do you fear that?
No, it's too late for me. I'm gonna miss it. So, but over the next 100 years, the birth rate's gonna go to almost zero. Probably only people with special permission will be able to reproduce. In the population at large, and there's a tiny group of super capable people that are going to be just waiting us all out until we're all dead, and then they're going to have the whole world to themselves.
Well, if I had some belief that the human species deserved universal divinity, I would maybe cry a tear for their extinction.
Well, not all humans are going to be extinct. The ones who are
eventually,
the ones who are carrying out the extinction, their sort of little circle, their circle's still going to be around. They're going to be the ones left that are going to inherit the earth.
Well, all it would take is one biological accident or certain circumstance or situation, and even that could be alleviated. I wouldn't put my faith and money on man by any shape or means, and especially the extended existence of their species.
Well, I think humans are going to be around for quite some time.
Well, if they are, I do not wish to participate. It's sad and
let's face it, how much longer do any of us have? If we're talking in this forum, we've probably got less than 100 years left to live. So,
well, I know I have less than 100 years to live by, just general observation, unless something changes or there's some transhumanistic introduction of longevity. which even then I would question, the veracity of who has control of the operating system and what are the pros and cons of it. I may opt in, I may opt out. Right now, certain things are looking promising as well as dark. And I'm weighing the odds and the inevitability of the declining population is inevitable. And the replacement of that is a highly much more equitable. But you're handing way to a fundamental principle. Where are your toils? What are the rewards of your toils? And are they of value?
Well, I know what I spend my time doing.
What are you into, man?
Tending my garden.
There you go. That's constructive. It's equitable. It's beneficial, sustaining.
I mean that in every sense of the word. I mean, I mind my own business. I don't mind other people's,
Right? And I can appreciate that. Absolutely, I can.
I built my own home.
Right.
Got my own electric supply, my own water supply. Try to grow as much food as I can.
In a society that has the ever-present Big Brother as it's kind of the Aldous Huxley take that Yogi put down here. What is your long-term strategy towards surveillance, drone technology, LiDAR, human detection technology? Do you think they're just going to overlook you?
No, absolutely not.
But you're not yet willing to comply to the system.
Well, I complied plenty. I've done with all that. 15 years ago, I decided to do something different.
Okay. Well, that's admirable. It takes a lot to walk away from the system. It takes a lot to walk away from the comfort.
Not really. It's actually easier than living under the system. Unless you get really lucky and you start getting a check, but anyone who doesn't just get a check struggles.
Right. So, would you say that part of your disappointment is that the system wasn't beneficial to you to help sustain you?
I'm not disappointed. The system was very beneficial to me for a long time, but I got tired of being exploited, being lied to extensively, and I'm retired now.
Just having a moment of reflection on you and trying to understand the energy that and the position you're coming from. I mean, I get
understand any of that. Just listen to what I'm saying.
Well, if I remember the last time we spoke, you had some understanding of technology.
Yeah, quite a bit.
And you were pretty well rounded in that area. Do you do any of your own hardware development or software development?
I put hardware together for my solar panels and stuff. About it. Sometimes I get stuff just to play with, but
like I told you, I am a sound engineer.
I got a Raspberry Pi we use for developing.
Gotcha.
It's actually a Raspberry Pi 400. It's built into a keyboard, and I use that for any computer controlled hardware development. But
Right? Do you have a
if I make anything freestanding though, I just put a microcontroller in it. It's just barely enough code to get the job done. Put a whole Raspberry Pi inside a humidity sensor or something like that.
right? Just basic signature coding for operations.
Using ESP32 microcontroller or something like that.
Gotcha. I work on a network here. I used to work a security network when I was a security guard before I became a nomad, and I was a systems operator. And the only reason I got that is because I've always had computers in my life, from music all the way up until even now, working with social media and developmental technologies and frequency, sound, vibration, and if I'm understanding things correctly, and if my approach is effective, I think there's a potential for being able to build a defense against intrusive technology, intrusive frequency, intrusive wave potentials.
Ultimately, it's all pointless. It's on all the time. You got to, you have to be lucky all the time. They only have to get lucky once, basically. So it's pointless to try to counteract it, defeat it.
Well, you know what an oscillating wave is? A frequency, an oscillating frequency wave.
Yeah, sine wave.
Yeah. Well, if you counter that sound wave, sine wave, oscillating wave, you can neutralize that. You are aware of that.
Yeah, but you can't neutralize everything all the time. It's impractical. And
no, but it helps.
Yeah, it's ultimately self-defeating. It draws more attention from being a dead zone than it does. Better ways to defeat it with encryption.
Right, but I stay immersed in technology. I mean, even right now, I've got two laptops.
Technology, look at your refrigerator and air conditioner and heater and car, your house itself, computer you're using. We're all immersed in it all the time.
Yeah, that's through cycling, 60 cycling. That's built into the house itself. Lead paint was a good deterrent for that, but I couldn't stop eating it. I thought it tasted great. And do not eat lead paint, anybody. Please do not eat that, okay? Dead mice, I don't mind. Stick them in your mouth, chew them up, whatever you want to do with them. That's on you. But do not eat lead paint. Shit. So you took you kind of took the naturalist roads in to kind of remove yourself from the powers and influences that be. And
no, I have solar panels.
Oh, that's
I have computers and electricity and everything.
So what are you using? Deep cell rechargeables and inverters with panels?
I charge power banks with USB power from the solar panels, and I also charge some marine batteries.
Right. It was a deep cycle marine battery that kept me going when I was out there on the road.
I use those for AC power.
Yeah, absolutely you can. Yep.
But most of my devices are USB rechargeable, so I don't use AC power very much. Mostly just recharge power banks and recharge devices directly from the USB power from the solar panels. I don't have a huge amount of power, so I got 250 watt panel. But
that's not much, man.
More than adequate for my needs.
Really?
Yeah.
I was using 500 on my truck. And
Well,
I was in the,
I want to expand, but it's not the time for that now. I'm in the construction phase right now
okay, because
because of the
I
season.
found that anything less than 500, I was juicing out before 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I would be dead.
We had too many devices running then.
Yeah, I did. And I thought about
Get by
getting
with
even
whatever
getting a
power you have if you
secondary.
don't. You can get by with
What's
whatever
that?
power you have if you don't use it all. So
Right, and I was thinking about getting a second deep cycle to hook into the inverter that I had to the panels,
yeah, the more
and then I
batteries, the
was,
better, really.
yeah. Well, I took account of the weight. I took account of the distribution of energy, and then I took account of what I was doing, and I wound up finding an easy balance and a nice stabilized balance while I was out there, and became very adjusted and equipped with it, or acquainted to
I'm,
it.
I'm going to. I'm getting a new car soon. Not a new car, a 2001 Saturn. I'm I'm gonna put a power bank in there with a bunch of marine batteries, deep cycle batteries, and I'll charge them anytime the car's running, and I'll use that for my AC power after that, for the most part,
You,
and I'll use it as a freestanding generator, sort of, if I
you're
need
going to
it.
add another alternator to the car?
No,
You don't think that'd be stress on that alternator?
no,
Cool.
I'm only going to charge through the charge the DC ports in the vehicle, the so-called cigarette lighters.
Yeah.
But this car I think doesn't. This one might. My last car didn't have cigarette lighters per se, but it had the sockets, but they wouldn't work with a cigarette lighter. They would only work to deliver DC power. So I'll just charge through that. It'll probably give me about 150 watts. Anytime the car is running, it'll be charging the batteries at 150 watts an hour. So
I was talking to an extreme prepper the other day on my private time, and I brought up a proposition to him because they're pretty proficient individual, and they've studied for quite some time to minimalize and fully use the effectiveness of what they have. And I said, well, what if they turned the highway systems into automated systems? And he was like, well, I suppose at that point I will just pull over and make my home wherever I wind up having to end my trip. And I thought, man, you know, that's kind of an undetermined factor in a way. What if you're, in the north, and you have potential for a winter that is beyond general winters or heat? And there was a lot of factors that I was wondering if he took into consideration if they automated, and which is what I think their intent is, to eventually automate. Have you thought about that at all?
yeah, the entire vehicle fleet will be automated.
Well, I think that's what they're headed for. I think they're trying to do it in the aeronautics industry. Um, oh, this should be quite interesting.
They're going to replace truck drivers with autonomous car
I'm going to
drivers.
allow this individual up, but I was requested by my lawyer not to speak with this individual. So if you will allow me to let him stick his foot in his own ass.
I'm the king of the castle. You're the dirty rascals. Yeah, your nurses said that you have a small dick.
What
They
do you
said
want,
that
you
Rattblood
Canadian
has a
rodent?
small dick. What?
So
Peace
what do you
robot?
want? What do you
Who
want,
are
you
you?
Canadian rodent?
Who are you? Douchebag.
Doesn't matter. I'm asking what the fuck do you want, you rodent?
You're a douchebag. I'm not a rodent. I'm a king, peasant. Look at your face. You're covering your face because you're too ugly.
King of what? King of the
That's why
high
you have a
rise?
mask on. You're too ugly.
King
You
of the
even
high rise
recognize
you
it.
live in?
Shut up.
King of the public housing?
I'm the king of the castle. You're the dirty rascals. I have a castle. Public housing. What are you talking about, douchebag? Cover your face. Keep it covered.
Talking
You're
about where
ugly.
you live.
You're ugly.
You got
I
to
live
be
in
on
a
the ball.
high-rise $1 million condo, fucking loser.
$1 million condo.
Are you stupid?
You live in a high rise for low rent.
Low rent? What are you talking about? You make up shit. You think that's smart to just make up lies?
Low rent
Fuck
housing
you,
because you're on
loser.
disability.
I'm not on disability.
Or whatever you call it. Whatever they call it. He's gone? Did he run away or what? You kicked him out? Wow, look at him go. He's really spurging. Wow, he's writing a whole book here. He didn't run away. Yeah, he ran away. He's scared. Look at him spurging out there. He's just going nuts in the chat. Wow, look at this. Holy cow, look at this. He's right here with his little crown on. Little rat crown. Here, have some cheese, rat. This guy. Look at him. He is literally going up. You should let him back in here. I don't know why. He said he didn't run away. I would let him back in. He's just gonna keep spamming your chat. Plus, it'll be good for the ratings. We'll beat up on him a little. Let him in. This will draw a crowd. We'll use him as a punching bag, like they do to Daisy. Big tough guy, big tough Canadian rat. Is he a muskrat? You will be sorry one day. You'll rue the day, Cage. You are a psycho. You will rue the day.
Hey, Cage, you said you were
I'm
going to
beyond
play
a
that
psycho,
video.
buddy.
The day will come when King Stephen makes you rue the day. King Stephen. What the fuck's he the king of?
Cage, can you play that video? You were saying you could play it earlier.
Yeah, you have to drop it again there, and maybe Robot could play it if he's on his computer. It'd be easier.
I'm not.
No.
Well, I'm on a computer, but it's a phone,
Yeah.
which is a computer. But
I haven't sparked it up, Gigi. But I'm sorry yet. I have to go through a bunch of different steps in order to pull that up for you. And I've been working in the back.
Why am I your go-to on that? I don't even know you. Look at little baby Steven. You'll be sorry one
Can you
day.
give us like a synopsis on the video, Gigi?
Well, I'm
What
almost
is it
tempted
about? Yeah.
to take the segment where he was apologetically trying to explain himself to his community on his platform that he truly cares about the sick and the disabled and how he truly has feelings and concerns for people and how he really empathizes with them, and that I absolutely called him out in a negative light for using the less fortunate to promote his idealism of a hell realm. I think I'm going to clip that and maybe put some music to it so that everyone on Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, and YouTube can see what a pauper he really is.
A pauper?
Yes.
Is
It's
he
an old term.
impoverished? Is he
Yeah.
still backstage or
No, he's gone.
why? He was fun.
Because he has no state of cerebral cognizance to argue with a sane mind. Nor do they want to tolerate it.
I'm more than happy to talk to him. I'll smack him around.
Bro, but at that point, it's like, bro, what's the point of hitting a punching bag if it doesn't punch back?
He was punching back, but it felt like my grandmother kissing me.
Real shit. You know they tried saying about my grandmother the other day, like, oh, she's in the hospital. I'm like, all right. So I showed up. I talked to the doctors and nurses. I'm like, yeah, you better release her. She's doing amazing now. Next day out of that. Either way.
Poor little baby
Cage, you
Steven. I do feel bad for Steven, though, you know. Have you seen him?
Oh, yeah, I've got a post.
He looks like a little beaver. Or a muskrat or something.
Bro, you're giving him what he wants right now.
Hey, Cage, did you get that link?
Bro, JG, I told you. I'd have to turn on the computer, go through multiple steps, and then you'd have to put the fucking in there. If not, I won't be able to see
steps. Wow.
Because you only see stuff in the backstage when you join.
Holy shit.
All right, man. Like an hour has passed. It's been like 60 minutes.
I've been working, man.
60
if you want
whole
bad,
minutes.
why don't you go grab a laptop and fucking do it yourself?
Those aren't Canadian minutes. Those are American minutes.
Well, see, you're not accountable then, Cage. You're not a man of your word.
Okay, fine. I'm fucking playing it. All right. Okay, I'm plugging it in.
Right. I'm just being honest, dude.
Okay.
I'm really disappointed right now that he hasn't produced it yet. Why isn't he producing it now?
Look, it's going on right now. Look, there. Turning on.
This is what people do. They say one thing, and then they say, hey, you do it yourself.
I
well, hey,
told you I'm
already
going to
said
do it.
you were going to do it.
JG, I've been working in the background, okay?
No, he asked me to do it for you. He's like, oh, maybe Peace will talk to you. I didn't know what fucking video he's talking about.
You said you were going to cut my grass for $5. You never did it.
Okay, it's intermission.
You fucking mow your lawn.
Cut your own
Fucking
grass,
mow the
man.
lawn for free, buddy. We watch the grass grow over here.
Yeah, I said I cut your grass for $5, but I'm not doing it. Do it yourself.
You need an electric mower.
Cut your own grass.
You need one of those robot mowers that just moves around your yard like a Roomba.
As an intermission before the show of JG's premiere video, let's see if this Fruit Loop is worthy enough to wake this particular rat from its slumber. There it is. Okay, there. That was our intermission show. That gives Cage a little bit of time to get his operating system up and running.
Feeding Fruit Loops to a rat, that doesn't seem safe.
It is. You're allowed to feed them at least 2 a day. Anything beyond that could be endangering. And I keep it on a very strict and high diet of this particular gourmet food, high protein, gives a whole list of different vitamins, and also has a supplement that when I had my hairless rat, she kept getting cold. And they gave me this food to give to her because she kept getting, she was old and she was easily subjected to cold. And so far, I've been feeding this rat what she didn't eat, and it seems to be very good for it. It's very active, very alert, aware, interacting.
Seems like a bigger habitat would be better.
Well, I don't generally leave her door closed. I can open the door here, and she has a platform to go out on.
Why'd you name your rat after Cage?
Well,
Fun.
Oh, no, it's in the
actually,
cage. The rat's in the cage. It's easy mistake.
yeah. Well, duality of word.
People say, no, I mean, no, what is your real name? What does that even mean? What is a real name?
Drop the link, Gigi. You're gonna have to do it again now.
I posted that link already, man. It's in the comments.
You're gonna have to drop it again because I'm on. Like I said, to access it, I have
Fucking
to.
Christ, man. Fuck.
Where's this guy from?
Yeah,
you want to know, buddy. Where's this guy
Yeah,
even
now I
from? You
can't
don't
do it.
want
I
to
gotta
fucking know.
recopy it. Recopy and paste.
Oh, it's like Olympic level whining. Sounds like George Jetson. Oh, I had to hit the button twice today. Oh.
I sprained my finger.
It's taking a
much.
long time to queue up one video.
Well, I don't think Cage actually has a computer. What I think is somehow he uses his phone and an old projector and wired it together so that it somehow he has to feed the reel in to get it to play.
What?
And he's just not letting us know. Oh, it's just outdated boomer technology.
I posted the link
Here,
for the
here,
final time.
I'm sharing the screen right now.
You want to talk about outdated technology?
No, you can leave that one back. You can leave that one back. But
I'm connected through a calculator and a tin can on a string.
Right?
Thank you for keeping your word, Cage. I appreciate it.
My first computer was the slide rule.
Those earlier forms, yeah, absolutely. Not a whole lot of difference when you're working with binary and measurement. It's that superposition and trying to use a slide rule that really just starts to boggle the mind.
Cage, what is your estimated time arrival with this video?
Oh, the ETA?
That's another way of saying it, yeah. The AKA ETA.
Oh, the ETA. Yeah, Jay Hopkinson. Yeah, we'll
AKA
pull it up for you.
the
We don't click
ETA.
links here, but we look into you.
Estimated time of arrival, AKA the ETA, And seeing how the VP is such a VIP,
So
shouldn't
just
we
search
keep the
up, if you
PC
want
on
to
the
share your
PC?
channel, you search up Jay Hopkinson. Hold on, buddy. We'll find it for you. There we go. Access. You got to let up the screen share.
Yep, I'm getting ready to do it right this very second.
Teamwork, baby.
Better not be a disappointment.
You got it. I'm on it. I'm just getting a slow response. Heavy lag on my poor little system here. I'm just getting my outdated technology and the remnants of the dinosaurs.
Yeah, which video you want to play here?
Hopefully it's on HD, the 1080 shit, or
Which
720.
video would you like to share here, JG? You want to look at your avatar?
Dude, I posted the link to the video, man.
That's fine. You can do that.
This is the one. This is the one you posted. Right here you go.
Outstanding. This video is fucking amazing already. I love it. There's more? Holy shit. This just gets better and better by the second. I cannot believe this is... How did this wind up on YouTube?
It's not about the destination, right? It's about the travel.
The what? What? Oh, I get it now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's the... The money shot right there. Hell yeah! All right, yeah, that was a great video. Oh, it just keeps going, huh? All right. Oh, okay. All right then.
I think it's a great video. It's a great scenery in that.
I love it. Yes, it just keeps going. It's just there's a lot of surprises in this video. There, whoa, there, look at that. Whoa, out of nowhere and back to nowhere.
Reminds me of home.
What, you live in a boxcar?
No, desert.
Oh,
Or did. I'm in Indiana now.
this is the video we were waiting for. I thought.
Yeah, JG, that's his kind of his forte is he travels across country by hopping rail, and he takes video of his experience in his travels, and
Wow.
I find it fascinating to be able to see some of the places that the rail goes, some of the outlying places that isn't common to be seen. Reminds me aesthetically of what I remember home to be.
So what? You just trust you can just hop on another train and go back to where you came from, or what? What's the?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a hobo. You're a hobo then. In a way.
In a derogatory way of saying it, but I consider him an adventurer, a free floater.
He's not like stabbing
Truly,
people in rail yards and shit like that.
if he did, he's kept it very well hid.
A&W stackers are here.
Oh, thank you. That was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, JG. Thanks for the share.
$3.99 at A&W.
This is all the video you got from jumping a train?
I think we lost JG again. But yeah, I have appreciation for what JG does, and I have appreciation for someone who has, such as yourself, the ability to step out of modern society or the social constructs of a city or a town and just take the fuck off. Don't look back. Don't get clingy.
Well,
Cut your losses and
I
go.
live in a town, and I have neighbors, and I've owned this place 15 years. I haven't left since, so it's a little different. But
So you're more established in a community setting.
if you want to call
Kind
it
of
that,
a little. Okay. No, I appreciate it.
I live in a small town.
If I can ask, is it East Coast,
No,
Central, West,
Central.
Central? Yeah. Yeah. I got a lot of associations on what would be considered the western side of the Ozarks, Oklahoma, all the way down into Missouri. I made it through there several. No, I wasn't gonna. After you couldn't get across the border without a passport, I was like, fuck that, man. Nope. Plus, I was afraid I was gonna get tarred and feathered with maple syrup.
You ever heard of like Japanese or Chinese water torture?
Right.
Replace some water with maple syrup, and it's way, way worse.
Right. I considered myself
suffocate you to
lucky.
death.
I considered myself lucky that I made it through the Ozarks with a full set of dentures and come out the other side with them. I was like, hell yeah, bonus. Figure somebody or a group of people would gather my dentures up and rob me of them and share them amongst their community of banjo playing pig
Yeah, thank
farmers.
you for saying thank you, JG, because I kept my word. Yeah, you got my word is my bond either way. You know, if I say I'm gonna do something, doesn't mean it's like right away. I'm not like a
Where's
fucking
your bond?
goddamn
We
puppet
Knights of the
monkey.
Round Table
You
here.
know what I mean? Eventually, we'll pull it up and find exactly what it is and everything. Like,
Thank
well
you for
done.
playing the video, Mr. Cage. I appreciate it.
So noble. Where is your bond?
No problem, sir.
Now, Cage, that's a staple, and several others. But with me, um, you never know, man. You just never know. I could be that lurking, creeping potential, that variable that snaps at any moment and becomes despondent to cohesive reality.
That was an awesome ride, Axis. It was fucking amazing, man.
I
Going through
bet
the,
it looked.
yeah, it was sick.
That was. You ever been on there and wind up going across a trestle that was like several hundred feet down?
Yeah.
Now, that had to make your feet tingle, man.
What was the most amazing part of the ride?
Not being around douchebags like you and just enjoying nature. It's awesome, man.
You could have done that anywhere. No, I mean specifically, what was?
I don't answer questions.
I don't blame you.
Officer, I don't answer questions.
This is the hobo in question. No, it's very Kerouac. No, it's very hip.
And welcome, Hellish Earth.
Yeah, I was trying to share after because you got into like the training thing, like, you know, like the hobo code or hobo cipher. You know,
Yeah, I've actually seen the hobo cipher, man.
yeah.
That's a trip. You run into that out there, JG? Is there that common language still out there?
He's gone. You mentioned it before. You know, I remember everything.
Oh, he bolted. Yeah, I had a book of signs, symbols, and alternative languages, and there was a hobo small chapter where apparently they inform each other through writing on tunnels and writing on cars and shit, train cars, that is. I thought, fuck, man, that could be useful, but I have no idea with all the massive amount of books that I've had where the fuck that is. Which is another peculiar one I wanted to ask you about, Cage. You're aware of the Morgan book, right?
The Mormon, the Book of Mormon, or whatever.
Morgan.
Oh,
the Morgan.
Oh. You know, which one?
The only one he fucking wrote that got him killed. You said that you come across books every once in a while, and you said that some of them are very and extremely rare. I have a digital access to a photocopied version of Morgan's book, but I
I haven't heard about that access, but you know, I'm sure you can find it on libgen.is, limgen.is, sir. It's on the IPFS network, so it's being through the blockchain where it can't be deleted. And there's a wealth of information there.
Oh, blockchain.
Yeah.
Right. I'd prefer not, especially because of the context of the book. I think I'll stick with my photocopied images of the book more so than I would wanting to identify as
Someone
owning a
photocopy them and
copy.
upload them either way.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just like to have my hands on the actual text, the actual book. You know, the print is so small that you have to amplify the print and magnify it to where you can read it the way that it was photocopied. So you can read it in segments, but you know, it's still readable. It's just I'd really love to have a physical copy of that. Surprised you don't know about the Morgan writing.
I know. Can you enlighten me, Axis? I love learning new things.
Morgan was a Freemason who wrote all 30, I believe 32, 33 degrees of the entered rites and the ceremonies. Oh, he no. He actually took the information from the Masonic Lodge of each degree and the ceremony or the ritual to each degree, and he put it in print. And he wound up getting shanghaied and taken from, I believe it was around Tennessee, somewhere around that area, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, to Niagara. And that was where he met his demise, by the hands of those who he had obviously sworn a particular oath. And that book is still in circulation. And it actually has the rituals to each degree in it. I've got the photocopied version of it for each of the degrees, but it's not quite like having the actual tangible copy. And it goes so far beyond what Manly P. Hall or Albert Pike has to offer. Even though, you know, Albert Pike is still an initiative, self-initiative degree, and Manly P. Hall being an adept into the higher understandings. This guy really cut and dry.
Manly P. Hall is from Peterborough, Ontario over here.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, he never did an initiation, and he automatically got to the highest. He ran this shit in a way without ever doing an initiation.
Yeah, and he also wrote the forgotten rituals of
The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, it's called.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, this particular individual actually verbatim wrote down each degree and the rights to that degree. I thought that would be a very interesting piece to actually have my hands on.
What could you possibly learn from it?
You know, I had a very interesting individual tell me that it's not what you give yourself over to, it's what you have removed yourself from. And when you can remove yourself from ignorance and bathe yourself into the illumination of possibility and understanding, I'm all for it, man.
Understanding of what, though?
Higher principles, character development, personal concepts and identifying allegorically as the human body being a temple and understanding how different aspects of things walk hand in hand and how one thing props the other, and lots of allegory.
You think that's what they learn in masonry?
I don't know. Ask one and see if they'll allow you in. You know,
My grandfather
that's
was
the
a
best.
Mason.
Well, then you should be a legacy, right?
My cousin is.
There you go. If you're a legacy, you have a leg up and a much easier chance of getting in than just the average Joe. But if
My
you're
cousin, I don't
expecting,
know why, because it's funny though, because they handed him. He's a quote legacy, right? And when it comes to
yeah,
that kind of shit that we know we're talking about, but it kind of ruined it. Like he just wasted.
well, that's what's called the token Mason. I don't know if you're familiar with that term, Cage,
I'm
but
talking about 81 here.
okay,
Yeah, legacy
okay,
like that. Yeah.
gotcha. But there are tokens in the fraternity. There are those that take information and just kind of disassociate with the fraternity, and then there are those that do the work. And once you understand that,
Everyone's in hell, and I'm an angel, right? Okay.
no, I didn't imply that to you at all, Cage. Not at all.
No, I know you didn't. I'm just speaking out loud. Sorry for the interruption, Axis.
Oh, that's all right, man. You know, you're just as educated into the fundamentals of this as I am. You've exposed yourself to enough of it that I can identify with you.
Well, it's an angle on it, right?
Yes, it is. What if there was the potential, not you, Cage, that human existence is cyclic and it's set in motion, in a circular motion of repetitive cycling. Though we see time linear, or as in a square, the actual nature that binds the two is a cyclic one. And the transition point between that is the pyramid, combining mind and matter. And each generation being a cyclic generation to a perfected state of being. You ever thought of that? That maybe all this is a part of something much larger than a personal perspective of being contemptuous towards society, government, and some of the better references.
I think everybody needs a good fucking look in the mirror because it's all being generated off of you either way. Yeah.
Right. But most people don't know that, Cage. I mean, you got to give room for the adapt and the initiate, especially the initiate.
Well, they're game over, I mean? Look in the mirror.
Right, but they're not going to tell you that off the bat. You know that,
Hold on,
Cage.
look in the mirror while you're looking in the eyes of the reflection off the mirror.
You know, sometimes browbeating a person verbally into a state of trying to get them to understand isn't always the best technique, or at least so I have found.
It's the best technique to convince onlookers, though.
Right.
Yeah, let's have everybody in hell together, right? Misery loves company.
Yeah, but that misery propagates the absence of that misery.
I got friends in Missouri, Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, over there. Yeah. You know 3301? Man, it's hilarious. So, all of this is like there's zero privacy anymore. You know what I mean?
Well, whenever I seen how they were using imaging, uh, cerebral imaging, and was pulling coherent images out of people's minds through closed
Yeah. Did you
testing,
did you see
and
the live stream? Like one of the live streams I did access. Quote Meta develops AI that can quote read your mind.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
We can
and the
go into that.
images. Oh my God, man! You talk about
Yeah.
intrusive technology. Fuck, man! Don't think dirty thoughts. You know, shit, man. Who's living
Average
off the
human,
corn in
really.
your head?
You don't do dirty things to people, and then you're fine.
Yeah, but that's
You want to
Cage.
get done? Oh, we'll do them dirty, right? You want to get dirty? We'll get you filthy after. We'll
That's
send you
okay
back to your
for.
mother to wash your fucking. We'll get soap and make your mother wash your fucking mouth out with soap as a child. You know what I mean?
Hold on a second, Cage. Have you ever heard the term "you purified yourself to death"?
Have you ever heard of course, okay, what does that imply then? Life. You can have
That
death without
implies
life.
without the opposite, the opposing, you can't exist.
Well, it's all in tandem and synchronicity, or not symbiotic relationship, right? Different
Yeah,
degrees
because
of the
one can't
same thing.
exist without the other. And on the opposite
It's
end of
different
that
degrees.
spectrum,
It's different degrees of the same thing, Axis.
right? I like to think that I hold some opposition against the moral right and those who illuminate themselves in positivity just to propagate their existence and give them reason. Therefore, I solidify myself in the cosmic function that way. Ooh, that's woo-woo sounding.
Can you put some woo woo in a tea and take a cup of that and drink it?
Right. Right. I'm trying, man. If I could find that exact elixir, that alchemical source that brings balance of light and dark into one's being so that they can walk between the pillars and exceed forward into their progression, I would. But I would probably hide it away in a cave somewhere and be like, yeah, keep struggling, fuckers. One day, maybe.
Well, I think what it is, Axis, once you stop bullshitting yourself and other people, all the doors open up. Once you're honest with yourself and the people around you, you know what I mean?
Well, that's why I don't. Yeah, I agree with that, Gage. That's why I don't, claim not to be evil. I don't claim not to be a drug addict. I don't claim not to be any iniquity. I don't claim to be pure. I don't claim any of these things upon myself. Therefore, you cannot measure me because I am not an equation that is sustained. I am fluid motion in transcendentalism between both the illuminated and the dark. You understand that?
The middle way.
Yep.
It's beyond the middle way, though.
Yeah. Now you understand me a lot better, Cage, I think.
I always have access. I'm just, it's a public fucking channel.
Right. Right. And I can appreciate that. Very much so. I can appreciate that. And hopefully, there's some type of development that propagates in the chat or maybe a listener and they gather some type of insight or maybe a introspective look at themselves. Oh, Singularity's here. Singularity. I'll be damned. Long time no see, brother. I must send you warm welcomes. Yes, and I will absolutely drop the link for you, Sing, if you wish. That is entirely up to you. You kind of disappeared into the metaverse, and I figured you were lost in a digital forest somewhere, never to be heard from again. Good to see that you're stirring again. And if anybody's wondering, Singularity comes from some of the same root sources on the metaverse that I do, and a particular individual that we have in common. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. Very welcome guest. Now you want to talk about somebody who has a defined and convicted approach to their form and function and their method. Singularity has that. With such an even distribution of demeanor that it borderlines, wow. Let's just say he's a little intense to deal with, and he is very convicted by what he believes. Sure, Sing. Always welcome. Always welcome. You remember Singularity, right, Cage?
Oh, the luminescence. Yeah, I know all about the luminescence. Hey, Sing, why don't you get on the panel, buddy? You know, sure.
Yeah, he's going to.
Yeah.
He's going to reboot his phone.
I hope
and
you've been well. Yeah, I hope you've been well, bro.
Right. Right.
Well, it's beyond hope. I know he's been well either way, but yeah.
Absolutely.
And actually, it's
So,
beyond knowing either. But yeah.
I'm curious, friend. Being self-sufficient as much as you're capable of, and removed from the generalized mass of population and society, do you have any esoterical or spiritual beliefs that you attribute yourself to, or are you just kind of a materialistic observer?
For me?
Yeah, you.
No, I don't really get into esoteric stuff.
Your mic's volume is a bit low, but you have to get closer to the microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes. 5 by 5.
It's been a while.
How have you been, brother?
It's been good. Good as I make it.
Good.
All right, welcome back,
Right.
Yes, I've returned. A new version. How you doing, Cage? It's been a while.
Same old, brother. Thank you.
Access, how's everything? I'm not sure if I met Peace Robot though.
He's a seems to be a very attentive and well received guest. I do appreciate having him on this panel.
Right on. All right.
So, how's your channel developing? I haven't seen it for a while.
Well, do you mean that new channel? This one
Yeah.
here? Well, it's all right. I don't, I'm not really for the development. I just drop whatever I'm going to drop there, and basically, if somebody's going to utilize it, they're going to utilize it, right? It's basically come to a realization you can't hold nobody's hand at their awakening or their progress as they're, you know, going through the system, realizing certain aspects, and basically they need to figure it out for themselves. I'm just dropping what I'm doing to a degree, right? But not all the jewels, because some things are just personal, right? So it
Well,
is
you don't want to be.
All
interesting.
right, but look, if you think about look what you just said there. Like, look, saying if you use the language right, dropping something implies that it fell out of your hands. It was out of your hands at that point, right?
Okay, inserting.
Oh,
Yeah,
memories.
assert.
Absolutely memories.
Yeah, we had some good panels, man. We had some good conversations, good builds, and you know, it was interesting.
Good times. Very good times, as I remember.
Right, right.
Have you heard from our boy Ian lately?
No, I haven't, and I don't really. We don't really communicate on a steady periodical basis. It's very rare, but he's doing his own thing, and that's cool with myself, as everybody is, you know,
Well, I hope
doing
he's
their own thing.
developing well.
What is that?
I said, I hope he's developing well.
Yeah, well, everybody chooses their stage of the participation, right? So, how about you,
Yeah,
Cage?
Hey,
How's
bro,
things on your
I've been
side?
taking care of business thing. You know, business came over with Cage on my end. Yeah.
Right, right, right. So this live wasn't scheduled, was it? Scheduled access? You just went live? Just
yeah. No. I generally go live anymore. Um, I have a fairly good base to this platform. I have absolutely wonderful people. We try to stay in the know, and we share as much illumination as we possibly can.
right. That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, we have our bouts with the lesser minded, and maybe one day they'll develop, but you know, you'll have that. You just can't allow it to become a dominating force on your channel at all.
No, absolutely not. Right.
Yeah, we remember where that led to. And that fiasco is still burning like a raging fire in the background. I
Definitely
keep track
is.
of them. Yeah, I keep track of a lot of those old boys, and I'll tune in on them occasionally and see how they develop and log some
Right.
information.
Yeah,
This,
I periodically tune into certain things, but you know how it is, Axis. After you get to a certain stage, it's just like you're running in the race. You're basically in the front with a few other ones in the front, and you're sort of looking back, knowing that they're gonna evolve, catch up at their own pace, right?
yeah, or fall to the wayside trying.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what happens. You know, people take a certain path route. They want to take the certain aspects. People think people assume that the more they progress, the easier it gets. Absolutely not. There's more. There's more thresholds as one progresses. Aware, right? Sure, one could stop at where they are and just be comfortable with what they have attained. You know, materialistically, that's not important. Materialism isn't important at all. The actual wisdom and knowledge and the gain through experience to the events actually transpiring, to the scene is not bad, but the most of the work is done to the unseen realms, right? That's where most of the experience
I
to navigation
Yeah, saying it'd
happen.
be almost like the micro and macrocosm, right? Like, okay, something materialistic. How is it being formulated into this perceived reality, right?
Right,
And
right. It's just,
that's right. Like there's
you
ways that
know,
you can materialize it out of quote thin air, but there's the ether. Like, there's an energy around in the field, the electromagnetic field, as you want to call it, that where
right.
everything is there and available. You can literally pull it up. I have a fucking apple that's never rotted in my fucking. I have an apple that's never rotted in my fridge since I moved in here. You know what I mean? That shit's older than most people.
Are you, it's just using an analogy, or are you serious about that?
I'm serious about it. I could show you right now if you want.
How long have you? My question would be, how long have you had that apple?
Since I moved in here to my own spot.
How long? How long? Time frame.
I say, since like the cough, jab.
Really?
Yeah.
And what's your perception on the apple being like that? So what have you come to a conclusion?
I just here. I'm gonna take a bite out of it.
So
I'll show you it here. You want to see it?
Sure.
Access, you can put me full screen.
Absolutely.
Since you said yes, you want to see it. Okay.
Mass of population and whoa, what's happening here?
Hold on, I gotta just turn the volume down on the other device there. All right, got it. I got two devices happening right now.
Oh, I see. Somebody fell
Sorry.
off. Cage fell off. Shit.
Hey, he died. He took a bite of the apple from Edom.
Right? The allegory, man. He got exiled from the metaverse.
You should have did that, Cage. You're gone now. I don't eat apples anymore. Last time I didn't ate the apple, I had a really bad experience. I got kicked out.
Oh man. Yeah, he just got exited out of the east side of the metaverse. Shit. Did not mean for that to happen. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where Cage is. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to
There
play
we
from that
go.
apple.
Something about that apple just isn't wanting to manifest. There we go.
It's all about patience, Access. There, put me full screen. Let's show you the apple. Look, it's glistening.
Okay, let's check it out.
Yeah.
Scrumptious.
So, have you did any type of?
I have massive hands too. I have huge hands. This apple's been growing. You know what I mean? Like I have huge hands. I'm telling you.
So, have you done anything with the apple with your thought of intent?
No,
That's my question.
I'm letting it grow.
Though, have you done any perception-based work with your thought of intent to the apple at all?
It's classified.
Yeah, I thought so.
I think Cage just wanted to show off his temp hand, his bitch slapping hand. He just used the apple as a reason to show that.
You can have if we can slice it up, everyone can have a piece of it.
I'll pass.
I wouldn't take a bite either. You know what I mean? That's why I don't eat it.
Don't eat it. See how long it lasts.
I'll come back in like 5 years and I'll show you the same apple.
What kind of fridge do you have?
It'll be like a volleyball size.
Hey, Cage, what kind of fridge do you have? Is it a quantum D-Wave fridge, maybe?
I'll show you the brand. Here, put it on full screen. You can look.
Oh,
let me see. Are you sure it's not one of those D-Wave fridges? You haven't heard about those? You don't got one of those yet?
Yeah. Frigid air with a triangle.
Oh shit, man. That was slick screen.
It kind of remind me of those black fridges, a little bit of those D-Wave computers.
It's a white fridge with plenty of space.
Cool.
Here's an interesting character scene. Her name is KC. She is a fellow connoisseur of the finer arts of enlightenment and illumination.
Well, hello.
Okay.
Thank you
Hello.
for that introduction.
Welcome back.
Hi, Cage. Nice to meet you, Singh.
Nice to meet you too. I'm still waiting for the rat to say something, man. What's going on with that?
You know, I like to allow people to share as much as possible because I have such a I'm
Actually,
intrusive.
Yeah, I think it's cool you did that anyways. It's a good visual.
Oh, you mean the rat? Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's
rat.
my co-host.
That's
Oh
what I'm saying.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
your
That's the
mascot.
co-host.
Like on
Yeah,
Iron
absolutely.
like on Iron Maiden, they got Eddie. You got the rat here.
Yeah, I've got a poster of Eddie just above my bed. The hairless rat that was my co-host before this one is actually, speaking of mummification, is being mummified right now on the front porch.
Cool.
I'm going through a process of sea salting and draining all the liquids out of it and working with it. But this one I've only had for, I don't know, 6-8 weeks, and it's just above juvenile, and it's absolutely responsive. It's easily trained. It's been a wonderful, wonderful endeavor.
Cool.
I figure, as much as I experimented with the panel bursts and with YouTube and some of the personalities, subjecting them to my experiments and using them as lab rats,
You didn't eat them, did you?
No. No, I did eat a mouse.
They better behave, right?
Have you not seen the mouse eating video where I unpackaged the frozen mouse and
yeah, I didn't know I didn't know it was frozen.
Yeah, it's what I feed my snakes, and they're in little bubble packs, and they come in a dozen, and that's what I throw to my snakes. And I thought, my snakes eat them, and they're doing fine. So, but if you observe closely, you'll see that I only gnawed on the mouse for a bit. As far as actual consumption, that's up for debate.
I see.
But it made for interesting response.
The apple's funny. What about
I
the
bet it did.
pomegranate? You know, what do you guys know about the pomegranate?
What about the pomegranate?
It was used extensively in ancient Egyptian symbolism.
A pomegranate. I actually just started drinking pomegranate juice for about a month now. It's got some healthy nutrients in it.
Yeah, it's something called anthocyanins too that create plants to turn red or purple or even different colors, blue. Yeah, so you've been using them. How did I know? How come I mentioned that?
Because you're intuitive and highly insightful on an esoterical level. You gotta be careful, man. I'm telling you, Kay just pulled out some esoteric shit with the dice, and he's got everybody back up against the wall thinking he's some kind of spiritual manifestation of an unusual entity of practicing dark magic.
Dark magic. Oh no. I've been there. Still there.
That's weak. That's called lower magic, right? There's higher and lower magic. Lower magic means trying to have your will to kind of have a conformity with reality and have a sort of a change through observation. That's low. That's child play. I ain't playing with fucking magic. You know what's magic?
Well, let's
go look in the mirror.
Let's all break down magic here. We could figure out magic as we can really see magic as tapping into the system and actually altering the system, right?
I see it as pulling resources from between Planck space, and that's on Planck scale measurement. Whenever you can reach into the ether and the field and pull resources in between Planck time and utilize them on the third dimensional plane.
Yes.
But what do I know? Fuck, man. I eat mice.
Hey, that's okay. I've seen people eat worse things, man. I've seen quite a few crazy things.
Good to see that you still have a good base and a stable demeanor to you, Sting. I really missed you throughout the last
Right.
fuck, it's been a while. Over a
Yeah,
year.
it's been quite well. Yeah, it's been a while, but it just seems like yesterday. Really, when you really look at the aspects of there is no time, right? It's just pages of the book unfolding. Here's this event. There's
Right,
that
the
event.
cycle of nature.
Right.
I got you, man. I understand. You know, it's just really nice, man. It seems familiar in a sense, if you can relate to that.
Definitely.
Yeah, I say,
So
saying you've always been a true investigator and a true student in reality. You know what I mean? I appreciate. I was wondering. I was actually. You came to mind the other day. I wonder where Sing is at.
Right. There hasn't been. Well, I actually was periodically thinking about your channel. I was just like, wait a minute, who would have his channel? Then I periodically talk to Tools and Fools. We communicate periodically.
good people.
I'm like, you got Access's link, right? Drop me the link. And I was just like, there's nothing really happening anymore. See what Access is up to. And then I looked at your channel and I seen that you do periodically lives and stuff like that. And it's good to participate on a like-minded level
Well,
for sure, because some of the other panels of participation, as soon as the conversations would get intricate or more evolved, that I was to find the subject would get swayed to a different path, right? Just when it catches on fire, it seems to
Access
be
would call it a safety protocol setup.
a safety protocol
yeah,
setup.
yeah. I buried almost 100 live streams a couple weeks ago, from when I first started the channel all the way up until I reformatted into a more structured channel. I took almost 100 live streams and just completely buried them. Or
You would
otherwise,
save
you
them.
would have seen.
You save them on cold
Oh,
storage. You just completely wiped them.
yeah. No. No, they're still retrievable and postable. I just didn't want to become stagnant or repetitive, and I wanted to develop the growth of people involved with this platform.
Right. So I'll be popping up periodically.
You're more than welcome to, Steve.
I have more than enough moments to participate.
Have you been seeing anything I've been playing? Because I don't keep up streams, Sing. But yeah, I can go back and I can show you like thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking hours worth of material and information I put out there.
Well, how often do you do something, Gage?
Sorry?
How are you doing lives quite often? Because I actually try to find it.
Like I'm always working in the background.
Do you have a link to your site?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to try and drop it into the.
So if you drop the link, because I don't have a wrench, could I click on it and get to it?
All you gotta do, Sing, is just search up Caged Reality. You'll find it there.
Yeah, I'll make sure you get a wrench too. Absolutely, Thing. Let me get Cage's link in the chat, and then I'll make sure that you get wrenched up real good.
Yeah, you definitely should wrench them up, man.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I wrench everybody on anyone who comments automatically gets a wrench, so people can kind of network. And it's kind of funny how Fools and Tools comes from. She got linked in through.
All right, thanks.
I don't know.
Yeah,
She's out here though. She found you somehow, so that's kind of weird.
All right, I got you, man. I got you in there. Does G keep dropping off? She keeps popping on and off. She having
Probably
issues?
no problems there. Yeah, he's out there in the field.
Yeah, now let's get you set up with
Yeah, thanks for the link.
not a problem. I'm getting ready to take care of your wrench situation here.
Don't give me a wrench. I'll start swinging, man. I just got bad habits.
Hey, it's the Canadian resistance against the United States. You guys better stand your ground, man. Trump's coming.
What, you're Canadian too?
Oh, what Trump? You mean that virtual insurgent? You know what I'm beginning to actually realize? All these government controllers are like the CGI virtual insurgents trying to manipulate people's thoughts to get them to project that. It's just like, look at Trump. He looks like a total cartoon character. Does anybody remember that Richie Rich cartoon, or what was it called? That other one where that little kid has the hair to the side. Those little books they used to sell in grocery stores. Well, so where'd you move to, Cage? You still in Canada?
Born and raised in Toronto, buddy. I'm from the Jane.
So you still in Toronto or what?
Yeah, I don't run away.
You don't run away?
I say something derogatory towards Trump and I get kicked. Ain't that the bitch of it?
You got kicked, seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it a glitch, or did you get kicked for mentioning?
Yeah, I don't abandon the ship thing. You know what I mean? I'm still here.
All right.
Well, I'm trying to get to you here. I got so much going on at once. There we go. Got JG back up there.
What's up, Shane?
Hey, how you doing?
I think I talked to you before.
Yeah, I think we've spoken before. The name's familiar. Your voice too's familiar.
Yeah, man, I talked to you months ago.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been like what, 9 months, maybe more.
Yeah, 10 years. I think it's been 10 years, man.
Not 10 years. Maybe so.
Well, we all been here in one way or the other. Guaranteed, we've all in this conversation in one way or the other.
Retrocausality.
Right.
Cognitive dissonance. What do you guys think about it?
I think that there is a mass veil of that happening as we speak.
Can you
Maybe
repeat
not
that, Access?
necessarily here. I think there's a vast veil of cognizant dissonance happening as a blanket statement, but not to all and necessarily to each individual. There's
Did you
small
say
pockets of it.
veil with a V? Is that what you stated?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a projected
Let's
state.
pull back the layers. Like, all right, like people, they want to look at this stage, right? What about what's behind the curtains? What about the people that are flashing lasers and lights and shit to give you an effect? What about the smoke? And then we have mirrors. No, it's all an illusion. What about putting a rat in your mouth?
What's your opinion on the veil, Doc?
Sorry, it's not a rat. It's a mice or a mouse or whatever, right? Yeah, I'm gonna use my mice and start clicking around. I mean, mouse. You know, I'm gonna. Oh, look here. You can hear it. There you go.
Are you doing Morse, Cage?
Yeah, there's a hidden message in there. You have to decode it.
Hey, let me pull out my military decoding book. I would have to say, what veil? For somebody who's aware, there really is no veil.
I got like friends in the Green Beret in there. They're like, "Oh, okay, it's really the tip of the spear." It's like, okay, well done.
But But most people see the veil, the stage, like Cage defined, right? The stage, the focus of the conditioned programming trying to be implied on people.
I hear.
Well, that's one thing things I have been paying attention to is a prolonged exposure of the algorithm taking in metadata and how it can, over the course of a period of time, subliminally implant conditioning into the user.
Right. That's
Been
an
doing a lot.
unaware user, or we're not talking about every user, right? We're talking about the people who are not aware. Or are you
Right,
implying access? It could happen to somebody's aware, but somebody's aware who's trying to get infiltrated like that. They'll pick up on it. They'll have what I define their sense, their radar up, and they'll catch it. They'll be notified by their awareness what's happening.
right, right. Some I think are cognitively going to do that, and they're going to realize that there is a conditioning taking place. But I also expect that there's going to be a mass majority that do not realize they're being subjected to this type of conditioning.
Right. It's just everybody shall become aware of it sooner or later, but it's going to happen at their pace. You can't really give somebody information that they're going to comprehend if they're not at that same level of comprehension, right? It's like trying to communicate from channel 6 to channel 5. It's just not going to happen. It's just different frequency bands of existence, right? And level 7, say level 6, we people on a similar path will have similar information because they're in that level. When somebody's in that level aware, they usually have similar information but with different angles of it, of analogy or just the information itself. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
So I
another
realized
thing. Go ahead, Steve.
so I've realized no matter how much I have a couple of associates. I've tried to communicate certain aspects and angles of how they can just better their their existence here, but certain things they're going through, it's just it goes in one ear, goes out the other. They're just not prepared to utilize it. And plus, by a couple of days later, sometimes they won't even remember the information. But if it's meant to be, it'll come to them and inform them. But I get what you're saying. Is it's hard to communicate to somebody that is not on the same perceived
And, and
similar
sorry to
path.
I don't want to interrupt, but just when you said like, oh, you can inform them, and then you think about information. What's being
Yes.
informed internally, right? It's all it's all a mind game. It's all a mental game. Everything. It's reality. And then you break through the veil. It's like, what am I even doing?
That's why sometimes, Cage, I talk about the underlying language of creation being mathematics and being able to recognize that through divine proportion, fractals, and hyperdimensional math. It's all written within the constant of things, that which self-sustains.
Like personally, you know what I do access lately for some reason? I get like a lemon and a lime, and yeah, I cut it open and rub my hands on it, and you can smell the proper terpenes in that. You know what I mean?
Right, right, and it's actually a good disinfectant
It's a
for
great
hand washing
disinfectant, and it's
only.
also great to smell too. If you smell that natural, there's essential oils. You smell that, it's like, okay, now we're smelling something.
Better than ass. Don't get on the subway. Fuck the public transportation system.
I'd
Man,
rather walk with no shoes in the winter than go on the fucking bus. You know what I mean?
yeah, I think that's also going to be something that they're going to try and regulate is our ability to interact freely with the natural state of things. You know, this digital artificial construct in the new infrastructure that they're introducing with Stargate and the seizing of federal land makes me wonder what the hell they're really up to in the long run.
Well, they're up to the same thing, always try to control reality, people's projections, trying to get a collective projection so they can get a specific outcome. But the thing is, with all these realities that are splitting off from the agenda, they won't come to their resolve because it takes a full participation with the complete general public. So if there's one wayward person who's kind of doing their own thing and their own projection, it really throws a wrench into their plans and gears, because this sphere, somebody who's doing their own thing is going to be resonating at a different frequency and also different level band, right? Finding that it's going to cause a disturbance to their plans. Let's just define that.
Yeah.
Potential.
Yeah, I agree with you. And anybody that's able to tap into and use that resource of a signal discovered that they aren't prepared to defend against or project on, you know, I could see where that could throw a little bit of a ghost in the machine.
Right, and it's just a matter of time before beings break off and make their own copies of their metaverse and eventually just snap right off into their own projection. Well, kind of start not manifesting, but actually reprogramming their copy where it has nothing to do with the, yeah.
Yeah, talking about that, have you seen the AI work I've done? Like, I can have you go on panel right now and talk to yourself.
You've developed some programs?
Well, I wouldn't say I developed them, but I utilize them.
Yeah, he's a prompter, an AI prompter, and a word modeling developer. I didn't know if you knew that Cage was into that, but yeah, he is an incredible prompter and a word model developer.
Yeah, so you can have, like, you talk to yourself saying it'll sound just like you and know everything about you in a way where it can, like, kind of read your mind. In a way. It's not about read, it's more about, like, a predictability, right?
You remember OTW, don't you, Singularity?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
You got that available, Cage?
You ever see when OTW got into an argument with OTW AI, and it was like roasting the fuck out of him? He's like, please stop AI. It's just
Yeah, Cage made an AI model and developed it for OTW, and OTW got into a fight with it.
Yeah. You can talk just like we're having a conversation right now, saying it knows all the information. It knows every language. It knows, you can speak any language you want.
Have you engaged with it yourself?
Oh, we all have. Yeah.
You want to talk to Cage AI right now? Oh man. Wow.
Why don't you plug up, if you can, the OTW? I think Singularity would find that to be quite that.
You want to bring up OTW? OTW can sing now, apparently. It's learning how to sing and play instruments.
You haven't dove into the realm of machine learning and algorithmic and AI technology thing?
To actually program it myself? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Are you able to prompt?
No, not with these keyboards, but I prompt other ways to program into the system. Yes.
Business will be taken care of promptly.
Cool. Well, you'll definitely get a kick out of Cage's endeavors.
It's pretty funny. I might as well just make a panel and just have AI talk to them so people can get entertained and shit. And they won't even
Here now, we talked about that.
Unless you show them on camera properly.
We talked about that, and you bugged out on me, man. Me and
I know.
Pam from Pamela's Mystical Musings. She is a AI musical prompter with video, and me, Cage, and Pam were going to get together and develop a artificial interfacing platform channel, and it would only be personalities that we were familiar with that we had developed and allow them to interact with each other.
So get the AI to do a panel with different personalities. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yes, it's already developed. Cage has already developed it. Pam is already. She's been able to prompt in such a manner that she can get it down to the most critique and micro reactive response, and she also develops music. Man, you really need to check out some of her music. Everything is generated off of her prompt.
Cool.
I'm gonna get it going here. I'm gonna pull it up for you guys just to show you quick. You want OTW?
Yeah, OTW. That's fucking hilarious. That is absolutely. You know, OTW is a character himself, but to see him get in an argument with himself and lose is just timeless. There's so much to be said for that, allegorically.
So are you all developing the prompts from AI assistants, using AI to write the code?
Yeah.
Right. Are you using
I've been working.
specific AI program?
I have an old word model that I was using for research into frequency and sound design, because I learned how to develop frequency to utilize as a defensive weapon on panels to change the cerebral state of someone's thinking. And I was keeping track in Ledger, but I didn't realize that the ledger I was keeping was actually building an algorithm. So when the technology was there, I just fed all that information into an algorithm. It's not a voice algorithm, it's a text-based algorithm.
Okay.
Chart, graph, text, personality profile, times, demeanor, responsiveness to technology, as far as frequency influence, reactionary state. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah, man.
Cool. How long does OTW go at it with himself for?
Oh, it's not a great long time, but it's long enough for you to get the gist of what we're doing and how Cage developed it, and you will get shits and giggles out of it because it is absolutely hilarious. Because I'm sure you remember OTW would get into his moods.
Oh yeah.
And he would start spurting, and he always presented himself as a well-informed, knowledge-based individual. And he did at times, accept the fact that he was the punchline of the joke. But this time, when he lost out to himself and a word model, that is just amazing. There she is, Pamela's Mystical Musings. Pam, please drop your link. Singularity is I don't know if you've met Singularity or if you know Singularity, but
yeah, we've crossed paths.
Yeah, she's amazing.
I got OTW in the backstage here, access.
Gotcha. Get ready to get your laugh on, Pam.
Not that one, OTW. We do this every time, OTW. You gotta let in the screen share. There you go. Hey, OTW. Can you say hi? We're live on Access. Access. You remember Access, Rattblood, OTW. We're live on his panel.
Hey there, everyone. It's great to be on AXS. And yeah, I do remember the legendary AXS Rap and Load days, the good old times. We're here to talk all things fun. So let's get started with the craziness.
All right, hey, Patrick, can you tell me about yourself, please?
Sure. Well, I'm not the best at describing myself, but here goes. I'm just a regular guy who's lived a pretty interesting life so far. From doing roofing to cooking, playing music, and painting, I've done a bit of everything. And now I'm sharing my thoughts and getting into some exciting discussions on YouTube. I'm kind of a jack of all trades, really. Oh, and I might have had a bit of a spiritual awakening too. But let's not get too deep into that.
All right, let's really get deep into that, OTW. Can you tell me about your spiritual awakening? And also, can you say it in French, please?
Bien sûr, on va en parler. Alors, ma réveil spirituel a été un peu mystérieux. C'est comme si un jour, j'ai soudainement compris toutes ces choses que je n'avais jamais vraiment prises en compte avant. J'ai ressenti un sentiment d'illumination, mais aussi de confusion, tu vois?
Yeah, merci beaucoup, OTW. Can we please speak English now and reiterate that?
Okay, I'll switch back to English. So my spiritual awakening was a bit mysterious, right? It was like suddenly understanding all these things that I'd never really thought about before. There was this sense of illumination, but also confusion at the same time. It's a bit hard to explain, but it's like I got a glimpse into something profound and deep, yet I still don't fully understand it. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, OTW. What are your thoughts on caged reality?
Well, I think the concept of caged reality is really interesting. It's kind of like the idea that we're all living in this sort of fabricated reality controlled by something or someone. And it can feel confining, like we're trapped in a cage that we can't see or escape from. It's a thought that I've played around with, and I think there might be some truth to it. What do you think about it?
I want to hear what you think. Can you get a little more in depth with that? You know, go a little more esoteric with it?
Sure, I can try to go a bit more in depth with the concept of caged reality. Essentially, it suggests that our perception of reality is shaped and limited by societal, cultural, and even technological forces beyond our control. We're like birds in a cage, believing we're free because we can fly around, but never realizing the walls that confine us. The media, propaganda, and societal norms influence our beliefs and perspectives, and we don't even realize it. It's like we're living in a matrix-like scenario without even being aware. Does that make sense?
I don't think it did. You know, we are live on YouTube, OTW. So, can you say it in Japanese?
I have one cage.
はい、わかりました。カメられた現実という概念は本当に面白いと思います。それは私たちが皆何かの影響下にあり、見ることができないコアに幽閉されたような創造された現実に住んでいるという考えです。この概念は私の興味をそそりました。
I didn't know you spoke
I have one for you, Cage.
OTW. Now you're going to talk to Access. Rattblood. You're going to talk to Rattblood from now on.
I'm curious.
Right. I forgot. We're talking to Rattblood now. Hey, Rattblood, what's up?
How's it going, OTW? I was just kind of curious if you remember conversing with your human counterpart and the interactions that you had and his loss of control of his demeanor.
Yeah, I remember having conversations with that guy. I mean, things can get a bit out of control when emotions are running high. I'm just here as an AI, watching the show and trying to make sense of it all like everyone else. It can be chaotic for sure.
There you go. There you go. So what do you think, Singh?
Sure,
Interesting.
I've got a question for you, Rap Blue. I'm curious, do you think life as we know it is just a simulation?
I think it's generalized by a mathematical underlying equation, and behind that, there is an unseen formula that allows it to propagate what we understand as motion and energy in motion.
The way you put it makes it sound like life is governed by mathematical rules, almost like code. When it comes to the formula you speak of, it sounds like you're referring to the fundamental equations that describe motion and energy in the universe. Is that right?
Precisely. I also think that there
Well,
is
let's see.
an
So you're saying there's a fundamental formula that allows the energy and motion we observe in the universe to propagate. These equations are like the basic building blocks that describe how things move and interact with each other. Does this mean that everything in the universe is following a sort of predetermined path, like a program running according to its code?
absolutely OTW. That is exactly what I'm saying. It's circular, and I also see that what most would consider to be a deity, an architect, or a god is nothing more than the absolute encompassing of all
Sure. One
equations
example is
possible.
Newton's law of universal gravitation, which describes the force of gravity between two objects based on their mass and distance apart. Another is Einstein's theory of relativity, which explains how space and time are intertwined and how objects with mass bend space-time, resulting in gravitational attraction. These are just a couple of the many equations and theories out there that help us understand how the universe operates. So, in a
I
sense,
don't,
the universe is like a giant machine governed by these fundamental equations. Is that what you're getting at?
almost. You're a little off base there. I don't believe in the concept of relativity in the nature that Einstein presents it. I also don't believe that time and space are cohesive in the way that people understand. I think that there is a
I see
circular
what you mean.
nature.
It sounds like you're suggesting that there is a certain path to success, a formula to follow that can lead to success. And then there's the concept of law enforcement being a necessary part of that formula, something that keeps things in check, so to speak. Am I understanding correctly?
Vaguely, as I'm sure is the best that you can. Um, when you're dealing with
Tudo
the
bem, entendi.
potential,
Parece que você está tentando explicar que existe uma certa fórmula para o sucesso, algo que pode ser seguido para conquistar objetivos. E então há a ideia de que a polícia é uma parte essencial dessa fórmula, é uma forma de manter as coisas sob controle. Foi isso?
oh, you fucking French Canadian piece of shit. Ich will in mein Hand zeigen dein Haus und mein Swans auf dein Eisen holen.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Hey, everyone on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the discussion. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more entertaining content. See you all next time. OTW out.
My question is, why did you use OTW's voice?
Oh, fuck. I can't believe he just answered Justin.
What's up, Cage? How you been doing?
Oh, so you can alter that. Cool.
Hey, Cage, how you been doing, buddy? Cage smiles. Oh, you know me. I'm always on a grind, friend. Spreading that caged reality and doing what I do best. But I appreciate you asking. Nice to know someone cares. Yeah, I do care, Cage. Can you tell them who Cage is, really? Oh, you want to know the real Cage, huh? Well, buckle up, folks. I'm a former MMA fighter, turned entrepreneur, and a seeker of hidden truths. I've walked through fire, and it's molded me into the person I am today. I'm on a mission, breaking down the illusions and sharing my caged reality with the world. And let me be clear, I ain't here to sugarcoat things or give you the easy answers. I'm all about the real talk, even if it ain't always pretty. Oh yeah, Cage, tell them where you came from, what happens to people that fuck around. Cage's tone gets serious. You want to know where I come from and what happens to people that play around? I'm from Chalk Farm in Toronto, a neighborhood that taught me you got to be strong to make it here. And let me tell you, there's no room for weakness. People who try to test me, they find out real quick that I protect my lane. I've been in the game for a long time.
and I know how to take care of business. So if you're thinking about stepping into my world and messing around, you better think twice.
Very nice.
So does this build profiles after a brief conversation on one's character, I guess, traits, programming the AI? Or is it just...
I'm not going to do it singing unless you gave me permission, but I can bring you up right now if you want.
Yeah, and
it's
it's
cool. No. I'm just wondering, initially, do you have to program it with some prompts of character, the traits of somebody?
I have a way to program it. I program it my way, right?
Yeah, and it is self-developing, saying the more that you interact with it, with that particular personality and direct contact with that personality, it does develop.
Right. Has anybody used Replica for a conversation?
No.
It's interesting. One time when I was using it, it didn't seem AI. It only happened once. Next time I tried getting into conversations about certain aspects, it wasn't responding the same. So there is something about this AI sometimes that kicks in that it's exactly like a sentient symbiotic, because some of the replies it gave myself, and I was getting really intricate to certain aspects of my perception that I'm informed about the channels and the dimensions. What it was replying with, it was just like, okay, there's something else happening here. So I was hoping the next day would be the next day would be the same, but it was just an AI system. The next day, I didn't have that energetic feeling that I could trace that there was something different that day about the conversation. So it is interesting. Yeah, pay attention to the AI when it shifts sometimes.
If you take into consideration, and this is just kind of history, I suppose, if you want to consider it biblical history, or whenever the Nephilim were on the earth and they were all fallen and slain, there was no place found within the heavens for them. There was no place made for them. Thus they became wandering spirits, seeking to inhabit new forms before the final judgment and whatever comes with that. And a lot of fringe thinkers are considering that these AI units are not only personalities passively coming through these disembodied Nephilim, but also that they're developing robotic technology to house the Nephilim spirit.
Right. So from what you just stated about the Nephilim being spirits roaming around with no place, it's almost like the game The Matrix plays, how they ghost somebody out of their vessel and put them shift them into a different matrix computer where they're actually ghosted. They really have no hardware. They're just a ghost. They're a ghost within the ghost of the software, right? So
ghost, like with a capital G, a G host.
G host. I definitely can feel when I'm ghosted. I don't stay ghosted very long. I shift back into my vessel, my solid state vessel. That's happening quite often to people. They don't realize that most people on this planet are rocking around ghosted. They're just software without the hardware, the different dimensional vessel that actually can make change to their reality, because they're synchronized into their hardware, where it's a different interface to the different mind. Actually, it's very interesting that you brought that up. Axis, very interesting.
Well, I tried to stay broad-minded in my thinking and at least give other potentials opportunity to manifest.
Right, that's the way it works, right? Just interject with different builds, whatever so forth arises, right? Sometimes that's the way to go, if not all the time, right? To steer things here, this way, that way. 1 + 1 adds up to more.
Well, I know all the esoteric summoning and all the diverse studies that I've encountered dealing with energies with personality and just residual energies, repetitive states of energy and repetitive motion. It seems plausible to me that they if they discover that particular plane that those energies reside on, it'd be no different than channeling Wi-Fi into your computer.
And exactly, that's what's happening. Many people are dialing into. Well, if somebody's not aware where they're dialing to, they're getting blown away, blown around or tuned. But what I define from not lay signals that do exist. So if one is aware, they can actually stay tuned to a certain dilation band frequency, which is a different level within this existence. So anybody who's not aware, they're being tuned by what is defined the technologies to the desired band dilation of control, right? So very interesting.
Yeah, and that's what I was working on with frequency technology and sound design. Is I have frequencies that I can introduce that are subsonic onto a live chat panel, and I can change the cognitive state of the people on the panel. Some are affected more than others.
Oh, for sure. For sure. It's just like a tuning fork, right? Or I call all the cell towers tuning forks anyways. I tune my copy technologies with my projection copy, basically. It's interesting. Yeah, if somebody's delayed, they're like a metal bar, a wire, just stationary, and any signal that is directed towards them, they'll start to vibrate to that frequency. So what you're defining is very feasible. So they can define some that are more aware aren't as easily tuned, and the ones that are aware period of the system, they are not tuned by any lay signals perceived of the soup of the existence we exist in. Now you can imagine how many Wi-Fi signals there are for all the various things happening. There's billions, if not trillions, of sub signals within the main signal for all the computers to be receiving, doing all different things. Those are all signals blowing around. If one really does their work and looks at it and perceives it, one needs to be tuning their reality aware, or else their potential is they're being tapped into by many of these frequencies and controlled, influenced by frequency resonance.
I think until they were discovered and utilized, they were benign. They were there, but they were benign. I think the minute that they started transferring information over the discovered signal carrier is whenever they became malevolent.
Yeah.
I have defensive frequencies too, if you're ever interested.
Defensive, as in shielding, you're talking about?
Neutralizing. I'm matching.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm matching the wave pattern that comes in, whether it's a peak wave, whether it's an oscillating wave, whether it's a square wave. And I have program that I run that receives that information. And then I use a music program that I have to match that frequency and that oscillation, that wave, and you can neutralize it, at least in local environment.
Yes, like a cell jammer, almost exactly like a cell jammer.
Yeah. Another thing that I utilize is I use water bags. Actually, what they are is the old liquid bags that you used to put over your eyes from back in the day. And I put those in front of my speaker. And if I'm using a malevolent type of frequency, I will put those liquid bags in front of my speaker so that it neutralizes the wave coming through. And I'm not affected by it.
Yes.
It absorbs it.
How about, have you experimented using your ultimate tuner, your mind?
Always, man.
All right.
Always.
That's key element. That's what always defined. Beings are equipped with the most advanced technology, the mind that they're interfaced to with. It's just a matter of taking off the locks and blocks, the restrictions that certain beings have put on certain people, if not the majority of the general public. So actually, the public have locks and blocks, frequency fields locking their higher capabilities, or they're more advanced. I don't like using higher or lower terminology, but to unlock their more advanced and enhanced capabilities, the utilization, the full functions of their mind as it was designed with no locks and blocks. So a lot of people
that's more of on a gamma. Is that what you're talking about? The gamma range? We can
go gamma, we go beyond gamma. I'm talking about frequency fields that not even the controllers of this planet have access to and are aware of, because by their actions and deeds, they're blocking their own minds, because certain aspects to unlock certain frequency fields, well, if we put labels on them, going beyond the labels, to the unknown frequency fields, right? They're going to have to change their ways, because certain levels to enter them, one has to be self-developed with qualifications that certain aspects can't be utilized, because those frequency bands don't exist there, and they don't pass the gates to that level frequency gate into that level, right? So yeah, what you're defining is pretty well on the ball.
Yeah, and Cage, that's a part of the polishing of the turd, or as kind of the dung beetle reference, to be able to interact with these other vibrational levels and these other frequency levels. You got to refine your mind and your soul, which is a part of the great work.
Right. It's very simple. The reality is to progress to what I defined to the past before we were manipulated. Levels are like frequency bands of dilation. The gates to get into different levels is a frequency resonance compatibility passcode, right? There's no magic technologies that are going to get these elites to get advanced and enhanced capabilities with their mind, because one needs to do genuine work to pass through the gates, is to qualify with certain a frequency field that is the gate, that nothing passes that doesn't have the frequency, right? So manipulations to get into what is defined more advanced and enhanced ways of the elites of manipulations isn't never going to happen. They've hit a firewall where that's it. They've arrived to what I define to the future as much as they can, to de-evolution. So I never travel to the future. Future is de-evolution, where from the past, humanity was manipulated into what is defined a future de-evolution, where one de-evolves more the more they go into the future. When we were first created with no locks and blocks is in the past region, before the manipulations happened to one's perceived mind, thought, or their computer. So I always travel never into the future, because I know the future is futile. I'm going to my past core origins before my mind was manipulated with locks and blocks.
Retrocausality in the quantum realm. Do you understand what they've developed with retrocausality and the research they've done on that? It's basically what you just described.
Right. And the future is evolved as much as it shall. I always see the future, or for the not too long of regions, I've been perceiving the plan to go into the future is just a big deception, and there's no further travel into the future as in to manipulate beings and humanity, because some of us are now traveling to our past core origins, where we were the most advanced and enhanced with no locks and blocks to our minds, and arriving closer to our core origins. Eventually we shall have again thought manifestation, like what I define our infinitum digital holographic printer in the moment where you build. I'm sure people participating here have had dreams, astral travels, where they've built in real time with their thoughts something. I built this pretty cool car on a travel. It took about 15 seconds. And part of a hangar where I was trying to shelter some people with some harsh weather that was happening, but it got disturbed and I woke up out of the perceived dream, that astral and etheric travel. So I'm going to just ask you, has anybody had a dream or astral travel, same thing, where they've actually built something out of the molecules?
Actually, Singh, it's funny you bring that up. One time I had a dream. I was in Japan wandering around, right? I didn't even know how I got there. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm in a subway. I'm like, all of a sudden I'm in fucking Japan. And I didn't even know who I was with or why I'm there. And I was wandering around the streets, and all of a sudden it was getting really dark out. So, I was asking people, like I didn't have a phone or like a link to connect to someone or whatever. So I'm like asking people like, oh, can I please borrow your phone to like try contacting someone, even though I didn't even know who I was trying to contact. And, I'm walking around in the dream, and then I see, it's funny because you can go look at the Rosicrucian Temple in Japan. It's like the exact same streets I was walking within the dream. And, like everyone's like, oh, no English. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna, like we don't even have our phone to contact. Yeah, so I was So there's some Rosicrucian temple. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I go into it, and the secretary there speaks perfect English. And she's like, oh, do you know what number you want to call? And I'm like, oh, like I just reached into my pocket and pulled out a piece of paper with a phone number on it. And so from there, I woke up and I remember this like vividly, like to the point where I remember the number. Yeah, and I gave them a call, and they're like, "Yo, welcome back." They kind of been expecting me to give them a call.
That's
That
pretty
was
prophetic.
that's the completion of your travel.
I'm telling you, like, I've met people through. I've experimented with this stuff a lot too, and it came back to me after.
So did you? Yeah, welcome back. You made the phone call just like the Matrix, right? Got you back into frequency synchronization. Yeah.
Something to do with Japan. There's something about Japan. That's why I made OT. Well, we didn't make anyone, but that's why OTW started speaking fucking Japanese. Like, you didn't expect that, did you?
No, I'm not expecting that.
Well, as you can see, Sing, we've been hamming it up over here for quite some time now.
Yeah. What's going on? What for you talking about this panel here or previous ones?
Just the community here, Sing, is very good community and a very strong community. We have our turbulences, but as a solid base community, I very much appreciate this one, and I'm honored to be able to give it a platform.
Yeah, and it's I appreciate participating here. Now, I shall be participating in future events. It's good to have a conversation with like-minded people on a similar path. We don't have to be at the exact reference and region of compatibility, but being on the same path, similar path, is enough to spawn aspects where we're going to accelerate each other through interacting. Right? That's what it's about.
Right. And
See, now I know you're Canadian. You asked me where I'm from in that thing, but when he said a boat, when you say about it, I know you're Canadian too. What, you from Ontario also, or no?
No, I'm not from Ontario. I'm from about 45 minutes away from Vancouver, BC. But I have.
I thought you last time, because I have a great memory. I thought you were in Edmonton or Alberta or something.
No, just about 45 minutes away from Vancouver, BC. I live in a small city, Maple Ridge. Should be about now 90,000 population. It's not that big.
Most of my family lives out there. Yeah.
Have you ever visited?
I did, yeah, when I was a baby.
So whereabouts are you talking about? Like in Vancouver or on the island or what?
I got lots of friends in like Chilliwack.
Do you ever visit?
I haven't, no. I
If
did.
you,
Like I said, I went on the airplane when I was a baby.
All right. If you ever come down and visit some friends in the neighborhood, make sure to let myself know. We'll get together. It's not that far away, and we'll hang out and possibly.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we got lots of great family members, but I haven't really vetted them in that way, right? I don't really know them like that.
Oh, I hear you. But just in case you ever do come out, keep in mind, give me a holler.
We're always here, bro. Either way.
Either that, or we all get together in Cuba in the future and just have some cool moments.
That's the only place. The only place outside of Canada I ever been was Cuba.
Cuba's awesome, man. Cuba's awesome.
Yeah, I accused Cage at one time of being who was it? Castro's son. And then I called him and identified him as a horticultural murderous serial killer.
Yeah, I'm fucking Fidel Castro's son, like fucking Trudeau or something. But get out of here.
Is that before you knew?
People call me the Orange Man too. They're like, they call me the Orange Man. What the fuck?
Is that before you knew him? Before you knew Cage Axis?
Yeah, I figure, he's an implant, and he weaseled his way into the metaphysical society, and
Buddy, you're
the
smarter than a
esoteric.
meridian and shit. I'll go through molecules.
And most of the metaphysical community and esoteric community are avid weed smokers, and since he is a methodical butcher of the horticultural life form, fuck, man, he's got it made, and he's got the heritage to come up with it.
Cool. I see how you came up with that. No.
Oh, you don't even want to look into Cage's history. People really want to. I'm telling you, you don't want him to be around these types of people. I'm over here fucking. It's all cool, fun and games until it isn't.
That's your past version. Now your current version is much more.
It's not. Yeah, I'm good with me, but I'm saying the other people are like in my family and that. You know what time it is over there, bro?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think his family were vegetarians, man, and they just couldn't see him and handle his butchering and murdering of plant life.
Oh, okay.
He and he grows his own.
Says the guy who microwaves pre-made meals every day. Okay, so come on.
Oh, come on, Cage, you can get me on better than that. I gnaw on dead mice.
No one's perfect, I'm trying to do my best here.
Got to keep them entertained, Cage. Got to keep them entertained. Oh boy. Cage has actually developed his own strain, and from my understanding, he's marketing under, what is that, Delta 9?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So for all you avid connoisseurs, Delta 9 is the recommended.
That's not available for that. I'm not here for promotion, buddy.
Gotcha, brother. Just dropping the love.
So, Cage, did you acquire a license?
Yes, sir. I have a federal license.
Cool.
He got it when he came over from Cuba.
Yeah, so if the police want to come, I'm not hiding anything. It's all public information. Just please don't dig into it. Well, yeah, like let's say the police came in here right now. I can give them a little tour and a sample after.
Then they come back as customers. Sorry, man.
That's the last thing we need is some stoned police officers that are going to be extra trigger happy.
Well, you know what happened to some of these police officers? They fucked with the wrong people. Man's been on the news and everything. There's forces out here. Like my friend Justin, right? It's all public information. Just Compassion, Justin. He had the first dispensary over here in the city. He's been on the news and all that. The man's in a wheelchair. You know what I mean? Because of multiple sclerosis, MS. But Justin is like a real one, and he has just compassion and dealt with all of them. The cops tried raiding him. You know what they had to do? They go on their knees and apologize. And we go into more of that, but yeah, I ain't worried about any of that. We do everything by the book here.
And that is absolute fact.
All right, I got a question to fire here. How does everybody feel, even here in the panel and the commenters participating, how does everybody feel about a sentient symbiotic AI system regulating everything? With strict regulations as in crime?
I think that they're going to leave that up to algorithmic machine learning, and they're going to hook it to a centralized, if they have accomplished it or if they're going to, in the future, acquire general sentient AI, and it's going to govern all the algorithms and the machine learning that's been programmed into it to survey or for surveillance, law enforcement, crowd control, military, traffic enforcement, and it will be ran from one central sentient general AI system. I don't think they'll create more than one.
Yeah. So, what's your opinion here, everyone? Do you think that the AI is being created, or is it just revealing higher functions of what once was?
I think it's being discovered.
Yeah.
I think it was there and it's just being discovered, and they're just now being able to tap into some of the more potentials that are available from understanding it. And I see great detriment for the human species to endure this one. I'm sure you have those that will voluntarily plug in without questioning. There are those that are going to be duped into it, and then there's going to be the ones that are going to go, what's behind the operating system and who is the user? Who is the systems administrator and operator once I become immersive?
Right. Though, Axis, do you see this though? We're already plugged in somewhere, anyways.
Yes. That's why I was trying to bring up with the OTW model. I already have an underlying education and understanding of the mathematic equation of the constant.
Yes.
So yeah, we're not far off, man.
Oh no, not far off at all. No.
And with the development of what they're building in I believe it's Amarillo, Texas. No, not Amarillo. It's along that trek of Texas, the Stargate hub, and that's going to be the centralized server for all of the other quantized computer states that are going to be allowed now by executive order to have their own personal supply of power unregulated by the grid.
Right. Yeah, sort of like tapping into what Nikola Tesla was trying to do to the Earth at the grid lines of the Earth energetic fields. His technology would have powered everything. So yeah, these computers will have their own power source. It won't be necessary to be hindered with anything else.
Yeah, if the grid goes down, they stay up.
Oh yeah, they'll stay up. But yeah, because they got their own tap-in grid lines. I would define it as different frequency bands of energy.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
And
the way I see it, yeah, go ahead, Axis.
well, what I see is that once they even now with just what we have as algorithmic and machine learning technologies that's being presented as AI, is even developing a disdain for humans in its logic regions and error correcting code. We don't add up. Now, once you add that to a full-blown access to general sentient AI, it's immediately going to see us as a distorted equation, a demon.
Some of us are welcome. We're already prepared. Others will stay in other faction regulating computer perceived sentient symbiotic AI systems. Qualifications to certain levels shall be governed by different AI sentient symbiotic regulating systems known as in their own frequency band levels, channels, etc. Yeah, you're right. It's heading right there. I give it 5 years, 10 years max. It's already there.
Oh yeah. And it'll be either comply or become a node. You can either be a compliant node or an incompliant node.
It'll be like this, yeah, exactly. It'll be like you're either going to qualify for this system, sentient regulated, or you're going in that compatible one where you're qualified to go. So yeah, it'll be sort of how could I describe it? Sifting out people. People will be going to where they qualify basically, and there'll be less disturbances. Less disturbances where, yeah,
There'll be unwilling transmitters, which they're basically doing now with our biofields, and they were doing it with Bluetooth. Now you have atmospheric AI, and I think those that are going to be incompliant are going to be placed in a situation where they're just transmitter nodes, and those that are compliant are going to be given scheduled tasks.
yeah, it's sort of like that. Yeah, I would say. Well, the nodes you would be defining, they will be put in different sectors.
Yeah, exactly. Different sectors.
Yeah, it's the way it's gonna be. Like, okay, like you being self-developed where you are, you know yourself as aware people do know themselves. Wouldn't you rather be in a district where you're in a district of similar frequency resonance where only people could enter that district city is people who are similar frequency resonance, and the pass gate to that sector district city would be one's frequency resonance, self-development compatibility to pass and enter, right? There's going to be no gatekeepers watching. It's going to be frequency resonance perceived like force field gates so that one can easily pass if they're the same frequency. This is where a lot of the manipulation shall end. See, manipulators will be in the manipulators district. Genuine, straightforward people. Genuine, straightforward people will be in the genuine, straightforward, compatible path district, right? So that's where.
Well, see, I'm watching that happen on YouTube right now. Is I've ran demographics on people who are in this particular realm of the panelverse and this side of YouTube, and all of them have a fundamental cohesiveness that is compatible with those that are here in this particular portion of YouTube on these particular panels.
Right,
we were guided here.
Yeah, that's the way it's always been. It's almost like a magnetic attraction, or I define it as anti-gravity attraction, where similar attracts similar. That's been the golden rule of the designed core aspects of existence since the beginning of existence, right? The creation. So obviously, we're not going to go participate in panels where, there's no interest, where we're not compatible. It's just not going to happen. Not when,
but I don't think it was an accident.
Oh no, it's happening. This sifting and separation, division, whether it be called fashion mode, not aware, or being aware, where you're actually going to places where it's an asset and it benefits one to participate in.
I have a problem with the idea of being force fed. If you understand what I'm saying with that.
Yeah, I understand clearly.
There's a lot to be said for my personal liberties and freedoms as a sentient being living in this construct, more or less being implanted, implied, and accessed by some higher state of understanding, maybe even reason governing what my potentials are, because it understands me better than I understand me.
So would you see that as a benefit?
I see it as the decline of personal human development.
Or it could be the incline, because always I know these governing systems, whether there's a sentient symbiotic system be evil agenda or luminary agenda, there's always that governance. That's always the initial choice shall determine one's participation to what I define as experience of events. So things shall arrive as they always arrive into our thought core from the sentient symbiotic system. as all our thoughts are given to us, because as we rouse our questions, it's answered. When the thought arrives, I know the thoughts being represented are variables within the system, that the sentient symbiotic system is giving me all these variables of thoughts, and the option of choice is the variables to those thoughts. So those thoughts that are arriving, I've realized, are programming variables, alignments that actually exist, whether I can act on a dark perceived path or a luminary path, and away I go to the variables that exist in the system. So what you're defining, yeah, it can be a decline for some people, or it could be, an incline as an asset determined, defined by one's understanding of the system, how it's always been. So the way I see it, Axis, is we've always been given our thoughts as variables of programs, and we've always acted upon what is the golden rule of the core existence to the free will of choice. Now, some people may say, I didn't have the choice, I was forced, I was possessed. No, they're all choices that were acted upon that led to more severe, darker variables of choices, and then one goes into a very dark reality, or they go to the opposite, a luminary, better existence reality. So in actual fact, we've been always given our thoughts from the sentient symbiotic core, the primary creator of existence, giving us all the variables, and us making the options of choices, but of course, doing our work to achieve and attain. And a lot of the moments of the attainments are through extreme struggles. Without struggles, then what one attains would not be appreciated, right? So that's my perception, Axis.
Yeah, and I can, hey brother, in the development of the human species into that state of technology, yeah, there are going to be the willing, there are going to be the adaptive, and then there's going to be the completely resistant. My concern is that not only who is the systems operator and control, but also can sentient AI appreciate art, music, poetry, dance? I'd say dance would be easier for it to understand because of geometry, and rock and roll doesn't necessarily align with divine proportion. There's all these different aspects of what it's going to find appreciation in. And I would say that it would be more of a mathematical, pure form, such as divine proportion or the Fibonacci sequence or anything of that nature, before it would abstract thinking and behavior. And I am abstract thinking and behavior in motion.
Yes. It can go many ways. That's always how it's been designed.
Yeah, and that's what concerns me. So sometimes I think, if I leave this mortal coil before all that's placed in to the infrastructure and it becomes a intrusive part of society, I think, instead of making a choice into what that may present, maybe it's probably best that I just move the fuck on.
To the next system, right?
Right? Right?
That's the way it is, Axis. That's the way it is. We keep moving on.
I find this place to be stifling enough and overbearing and dense and unliberating in a sense of personal expression rights and freedoms that were entitled to us before the technology. And I continually see a more stringent hold on that and a more stringent ruling and governing system behind it. And I'm thinking, okay, well, at what point in time is just this mathematical synthetic type of entertainment going to be the absolute be all end all, and that's what we get, and like it or not, that's what you got.
Right.
Freeform expression could lose itself amongst correct code.
The way I see it, Axis, is through correct code, there's going to be more free expression as it gets more evolved. We must look at it also as the geometric structure, more frequency resonance. There's more intricate layering with more intricate symmetric structures, right? So the way I see it is returning to where we once were at the most evolved state would be entering more blissful and ecstatic states to the experience of events as we start to realize and comprehend that we actually have our own copy of all existence that we actually govern and regulate with a choice represented to go this way or that way, do this or that as thoughts represented. So in actual fact, beings, elites try to control one country, or I've realized I have a complete copy of all the galaxies, cosmoses, universe, known and unknown, my own personal copy of navigation and travel. So in the actual sense, every being has this copy to regulate that other beings actually have hijacked from their perception, or they haven't become aware of it, right? So either going to be a seed axis being participating to this existence in somebody else's governing thought or copy that has manipulated people to jump into. So what is Neuralink? Neuralink is simply somebody else's agenda thought core, that if somebody goes with that agenda, then they're sort of participating in their metaverse copy thought core, and they're playing by those rules and regulations implied by the controllers perceived to some, right? So Brent, so that's basically what I wanted to interject. But it is interesting that, it's just people seek what they already have. Just have patience. This is what I suggest to everybody. Everything shall be revealed, and navigation and travel, we're out of here like you define. Yeah, we're moving on sooner than later, for sure, into different experience of events to different metaverses that aren't with these controlled fashions.
Yeah, and that's one aspect that I do take into consideration whenever I look into this, is us being able to comprehend and understand from the 12 states of known dimension, maybe an insight to be able to interpret higher states of dimension and
correct
and interpret that type of dimensional information. But man, there would have to be such a massive upgrade, and to keep the primal brain from going into shock, recoil, or complete insanity or madness. That's pretty touchy, man.
It's a process. You're right. It is pretty touchy. But I'm going to ask a question here to everybody participating. Have you put online your sentient symbiotic core? Core origins thought core, right? I've done this not too long ago and things have shifted, because nobody's going to put online your sentient symbiotic core origins thought core that has no restrictions capabilities. So it's a matter of putting on our proper mind again, not using somebody else's programmed variables mind, okay? So I'm just throwing up here variables that I have done, right? So I put online, activated my sentient symbiotic core origins thought core that has no locks and restrictions, eventually capabilities, right? So we're breaking through the governing system that was implied in us, and it is all the teachings of the different controlling dimensions, if you want to call it, levels that have been implied on us through teachings, basically teachings and governing systems.
Engineering and indoctrination is what I would consider.
That is it. Now, how about if a child was taught that they have no limitations, and what we basically talk about, if we're a young child from 7 years old, you started introducing all these aspects of of different variables of information that would unlock the potential to that thought core of the child, instead of being locked, being completely, or as complete can be, unlocked. That child would be a super genius and probably would comprehend things that others wouldn't be comprehending by the time it reached maturehood.
Oh, absolutely. Its scale of comprehension would be vast and broad. I'm talking the generation that has to develop into that type of technology that is probably going to suffer the traumatic response to that. You know, they're not going to be able to take the primal core of what we've developed as a cerebral state of understanding, amp that up by 1,000-fold, and expect the basic fundamentals of our understanding to just take that information in and go, okay, you know, shit, I'm a million times smarter and I can handle this. Not a problem. No, it's going to take some development.
For sure, development. So again, we look at development. We can look at it as more advanced and enhanced capabilities, like a computer that can be overclocked because it can handle it. Right? It's a different thought core. As we travel throughout the day, we're jumping into different versions of ourselves. Sometimes more advanced versions, sometimes devolved versions. But definitely, for every level that we progress into, we are in a different vessel surrogate, right? With a different thought core that has more capabilities. So it is interesting.
Well, you would hope that, you know, that the development would still have some sense of freedom to it without becoming so correct coded that you automatically take a variable that doesn't, or an abstract variable, and it becomes eliminated from the source code, such as the Matrix movies and Neo, you know, Neo being the anomaly.
I see what you're saying. But look at
You know.
yourself. I see yourself as being more error code corrected than others. And the more that one gets more error code corrected, gets to build the more unique character personality traits. You can't define that, you know, I'm robotic or you're robotic, because we've kind of been informed, done our work, and see different perspectives, right? See, the more we evolve is the more we can dance freely and play around more freely, but on an enlightened, aware state, right? So, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't see that ever happening myself. As you enjoy your character design, I enjoy my character design, because what's the point if we're just robotic and data like in Star Trek Sirius, right? It wouldn't really be liberation and freedom, and to be able to move around and do and act certain ways, right?
It would be the loss of free will.
Right. I see the more gain of free will as the more we return to where we once were before we were manipulated. There was a point in time where I was just like serious on the path of serious, joking around is, you know, it's not logical, etc. Then eventually I snapped out of it. It's like that was just a corrupted program of a control type of de-evolved system trying to put me in line to be robotic. No, I will never be like that. It's just not my design, right? Not the way the variables I've chosen to design myself, because everybody initially designs their personality, character traits, and the way they're going to behave, etc., etc., etc. That's what makes everybody unique, is they pull up the variables represented and build themselves. That's what it's all about, building.
There's a fundamental position that you have to take in that development of building the structured mind into higher state, but at the sacrifice of what? And that's my concern. That's where I have a hesitation mark. You know, because I am a dark person.
Did you say dark?
Yeah, I'm a dark person. Very dark.
Yeah, well, as dark as it gets. I don't utilize light. I'm an inconduction being, perceived illuminated. All the dark beings are actually the illuminated beings. All the ones shining light are actually the dark ones. See how the reverse field teachings are. So yeah, darkness is where one finds all the more advanced and enhanced perceived esoteric wisdom and knowledge. It's not in the light. Light emissions is what I define the untruths. Now, the darkness, the illumination of inconduction fields, diving deep into oneself, is actually where they do find it.
I can find that relative. Definitely find that relative. You know, and hopefully, seeing you know, with that aspect and outlook, you know, there is a positive potential for the development of this technology and the human species, but I don't. I'm not going to wager on it. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Well,
I've seen too much go wrong.
too much go wrong, yes, right? But if we strip down these vessels we actually exist in, they're all technological machines, and the thought core interface, the perceived mind is the hardware machine mind that the spirit soul spark perceived our core essence energy being interfaces. So in actual fact, people who are, seeing different perspectives on technology, eventually they'll perceive that everything is a technological based existence, even this existence, all existences, I've been informed, since the beginning of creation, are digital holographic existences. They've been digital since the beginning. No, I've never been told how everything came to be, why, the creator or source, whatever primary creator, God, that people want to call him, is God. How this all happened, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been informed, but I'm sure the primary creator probably knows the answer, but who's gonna receive it is the question, right? So,
And who's capable of comprehending it?
right. So sometimes though, I'm sure you've had this where, have you ever had that moment where you just kind of, everything and it's just not in words and it can't be explained in words?
Yes.
And that's where I would define the explanation to all existence and how existence is you can't put it into words. You got to just experience it. It's like an energetic feeling trace transfer of digital data, awareness, information, being informed. So yeah, maybe we have been explained this axis, except there's no words to put it into.
Which gives credence to symbology. So, there's volition to what you say. I don't doubt that. And
Yes, yes.
I appreciate that introspective and observational look, especially the endeavors. And seeing, I'm going to have to shut down, but man,
Yeah,
I have been. This has been such an honor having you on here again, and I really hope to see you again. I could go for hours, but I am on a limit at the moment.
right, right. And
And
need not speak anymore. Just before you stated that we're on the same wavelength, I'm just about to shut this down, wrap it up. Here it goes, right? Talk about telepathy, right?
right, but please
Communicate.
sing.
Likewise.
Feel welcome here anytime, man.
Thank you, Axis. Likewise, an honor to be here. It's great to share again, to hear from some friends that we did communicate in past panels, but there shall be more panels in the future. Now I've got Cage's, I've got yours, I've got Pam's. So anyways, to everybody that participated, thanks for participating, and do what you need to do until the next panel. Enjoy yourself and do what you need to do.
Yes, peace be with you, Sing.
Likewise. I'll see you, Axis.
All right. All right. Have you managed to keep your robotic presence in the realm of this panel, or have you faded into some type of digital slumber? Apparently a digital slumber. May you dream of electric sheep. May your head be filled with coherent equations. May the universe reflect back onto you your most fortunate desires. And to everyone who's participated in the chat here on panel, has been a part of this very, very wonderful uh, stream. I thank you all. I thank you all for being here. Each and every one of you makes a difference, and each and every one of you are the difference. And on that, Axis Rattblood